Good evening and welcome to the Town of Garner regular council meeting of October 8th. We're delighted to have a great crowd here tonight, and I see some of my favorite friends, the Boy Scouts. That always makes my day. Also, I was told this is the first day of fall, and you can feel just that little nip in it. It might have been a week ago, but sure feels like it today. So glad you're here. We're going to call the meeting to order. We're going to start with a roll call. I'll call on our town clerk to please call the roll. Here.
Here. Here.
Here.
Here. Here.
Thank you. And as usual, we will start off the regular meeting with a pledge of allegiance and an invocation. And our Mayor Pro Tem, Elmo Vance, is a master of delegation, and I believe he has found an excellent candidate for each one of these tasks. Mr. Vance?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, and to the council, we have with us this evening the Boy Scout Troop 392, the Scoutmaster, Mr. Christopher Rimali, and we have Mr. Andrew is going to come and give us our pledge of allegiance. Andrew.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you.
Thank you.
Invocation? Yes, we have with us this evening Chaplain Lewis Long with the Garner Police Department. He will be giving us our invocation on this evening.
Good evening. Please pray with me as you're so led. Heavenly Father, we thank you, dear Lord, for this day that you've given us, a beautiful day here in Garner. We pray, Father, for those less fortunate than ourselves throughout the state, those way out in the west that find themselves without a home, without water, without electricity and provision, and also those on the coast also, Lord, that are suffering during these times. Pray, Father, that you'd remind us to pray for each one of them and for the responders that are out there with each one of them, Lord. Give them your grace, give them your protection and your health and safety. We pray, Father, that you bless this meeting, Lord, each of the attendees. We pray, Father, that those that are making presentations, that they speak with clarity, Lord, and also those on the council making decisions, Lord. We pray, Father, you give them wisdom, and also that their decisions would be an encouragement to the well-being and the future of the community and the eyes of the electorate. Pray, Father, also for those that are out serving in the community at this time, Lord, that you'd keep them safe. And thank you for their service to this fine community, Lord. Mm-hmm. Pray, Father, now you go before us and bless this entire meeting. Pray, Father, that those here, that when they leave, they'd be encouraged, thankful that they attended, and encouraged with the results. Mm-hmm. In Christ's name I pray. Amen.
Amen.
Amen. Thank you, sir. Off to a great start. Next on the agenda is petitions and comments. And I believe we do have someone signed up. I always like to read our little description of what this is, for just so we can always be consistent. There's so many parts of this process. But this petitions and comments portion of the meeting is to receive comments from the public on items not included in this agenda regarding matters germane to town policies or business or subjects within the town council's real or apparent jurisdiction. Individuals or group spokespersons must sign up with the town clerk prior to the start of the meeting. The council is interested in hearing your concerns, but will not take action or deliberate on subject matter brought up during the petitions comments section. The topics requiring further investigation will be referred to the appropriate town officials or staff and may be scheduled for a future agenda. And this, I will ask our town clerk if anyone has signed up to speak. Our town attorney. It says clerk right on here.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Pastor Wolfgang Hertzlein has signed up to speak on affordable housing.
Yes, please step forward. Pastor Wolfgang, as we know him, and I've only seen you twice today and once last
That's
week.
right. You were at my church today.
Yes,
In
indeed.
another capacity, though.
Thank you coming to see us this evening.
Well, thank you for having me, Mr. Mayor, Town Council members. I came to address the issue of affordable housing. My name is Wolfgang Hertzlein. I am the pastor and mission developer at Lord of Life Lutheran Church at 2100 Buffalo Road. And I come to bring two words to you. One is a thank you. I know people get up here a lot and criticize you or complain about this, that, or the other. I've come to thank you because you've done a good thing in setting up the Affordable Housing Task Force. And that is a step in the right direction. As we all know, housing is becoming more and more expensive, and we are now getting to the point where even people with regular income, police officers, teachers, town employees, have a hard time finding housing that they can afford. And so we really need to address this issue, as towns around us have done in Cary and Raleigh and Durham and Apex. They all have very good plans, and we are now on the way of doing the same thing. My second word is a word of encouragement. I came to North Carolina in 2016 from Baltimore to serve as senior pastor at Christ the King Lutheran Church in Cary. I was there for 7 years until February of this year. And during that time, affordable housing really became a big issue in Cary. When I got there, it was almost like a dirty word. Nobody wanted to hear about it. None of the town council members was in favor of it. The attitude was that just would drive down property values and would be a bad thing for the town. The churches got organized and began an organization called One Wake, which is a county-wide community organizing network of now 46 churches, synagogues, and mosques. And as we were listening to the community during that first campaign, we heard about the need for affordable housing again and again. And then as part of that organizing and going to town council in Cary and talking to candidates at the election time, things totally turned around, and Cary went from affordable housing being a dirty word to now where we've had $21 million allocated over the last 4 years through the budget. And in a few weeks, Cary is voting on a $30 million bond issue for affordable housing. So I want to tell you that as an encouragement. It can be done, and towns around us are doing it. Thank you again for setting up that task force. And please know that you can count on the faith community, you can count on the nonprofit community, you can count on many of us, whether we are with One Wake or not. Thank you so much for listening.
Yes, and thank you for the encouraging words, Pastor. As you know, we have the task force, and we need all the encouragement we can get. We move right along to adoption of the agenda. That's all been circulated. Is there a motion from a council member to accept the agenda?
So moved.
Boy, that was fast. A move by Mr. Matthews and a very quick second by Ms. Behringer. I will ask all in favor of adopting the agenda to signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed by nay? Hearing none, that passes unanimously. We also have a couple of important presentations here today, and I have the honor of doing the first one. I'd like to read this one, and this is recognizing this month is National Breast Cancer Awareness Month, and I'm honored to do this. One of my friends who is a male is battling this, as well as several females in my circle that are close to it have fought this or fighting this now. It's a real thing. So whereas breast cancer touches the lives of Americans from every background and gender and every community across our nation, and whereas great strides have been made in combating this devastating illness, but thousands of women and men will be diagnosed with breast cancer this year, and tens of thousands of women are expected to lose their lives to the disease, as well as hundreds of men, despite the misconception that the disease affects only women. And whereas during National Breast Cancer Awareness Month, we honor those we have lost, lend our strength to those who carry on the fight, and plan to educate ourselves and our loved ones about this tragic disease. And whereas the exact causes of breast cancer are unknown, understanding its risk factors is essential to prevention. Older women and those who have a personal or family history of breast cancer are among those at greater risk of developing the illness. And whereas early detection is essential in the fight against breast cancer, so getting recommended screening mammograms can help to detect breast cancer early. Everyone is encouraged to speak with their healthcare provider about breast cancer and to visit www.cancer.gov to learn more about symptoms, diagnosis, and treatment. And whereas this month we stand with those who have been affected by breast cancer, and we recognize the ongoing efforts of dedicated advocates, researchers, and healthcare providers who strive each day to defeat this terrible disease. In memory of the loved ones we have lost, and inspired by the resilience of those living with the disease, let us strengthen our resolve to lead our nation toward a future free from cancer in all its forms. Now, therefore, I, Buddy Gupton, Mayor of the Town of Garner, do hereby proclaim October 2024 as National Breast Cancer Awareness Month. I encourage residents, government agencies, private businesses, nonprofit organizations, and all other interested groups to join in activities that will increase awareness of what we can do to prevent breast cancer among women and men. Thank all of you for what you do along those lines. Our other proclamation, I'm going to ask Mr. Matthews to tell us about that one.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. This proclamation is regarding Community Planning Month. Whereas change is constant and affects all cities, towns, suburbs, counties, boroughs, townships, rural areas, and other places, and whereas planners can help navigate this change with insights and expertise that provide better choices of how people work, live, and whereas community planning provides an opportunity for all residents to be meaningfully involved in making choices that determine the future of their community, and whereas the month of October is designated National Community Planning Month throughout the United States of America and its territories, and whereas the American Planning Association, which the Town of Garner Planning Department staff are active members of, endorse National Community Planning Month as an opportunity highlighting how planning is essential to every community and how planners are uniquely positioned to identify solutions to communities' most difficult transportation land use questions. And whereas the celebration of National Community Planning Month gives us the opportunity to publicly recognize the participation and dedication of appointed Town of Garner Planning Commission members who have contributed their time and expertise to the improvement of the Town of Garner. And whereas we recognize the many valuable contributions made by the professional planners of the Town of Garner and extend our heartfelt thanks for the continued commitment to public service by these professionals. Now, therefore, let it be resolved that the month of October 2024 is hereby designated as Community Planning Month in the Town of Garner in conjunction with the celebration of National Community Planning Month. Signed, Buddy Gupton, Mayor of Garner.
Thank you. And moving right along, that takes us to the consent agenda. These are the 5 items that are listed there that have been reviewed by council members with the help of staff previously, and it looks like they could be passed en masse without further discussion. But I'll ask if there's no council member that needs to adjust the agenda or pull one out for separate discussion or review, if you would make a motion to accept the consent agenda.
So moved.
Second.
There's a motion and a second to adopt the consent agenda. All of those in favor, please signify by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed by nay? Hearing none, it seems to pass unanimously. Thank you very much. Now we get down to the interesting stuff, public hearings. We always love hearing from the public, and this is the time that we do this on the couple of items that we do have here now. Likewise, I also like to read the little disclaimer reminder for consistency's sake that tonight's annexation public hearings are legislative hearings which do not require sworn testimony. However, persons interested in speaking, including the applicant, must sign up with the town clerk. Town staff will present a brief presentation, followed by the applicant, and other persons who wish to comment on the item will be recognized to speak. Council requests that groups of individuals with the same position to designate a representative to speak for the group. Okay. So that being said, our first item tonight, number 1, is the voluntary satellite annexation related to Timber Drive East Professional Park. And our presenter from staff is our planning director, Mr. Jeff Triesenberg.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, council members, members of the public. First of all, thank you for declaring October Community Planning Month. We do appreciate that recognition, as well as for the Planning Commission members. We will certainly make them aware of that at their meeting next week. So thank you to a few staff members who showed up to hear that proclamation read out today. And again, we appreciate it very much. The first case for you tonight in the public hearings is an annexation. This is a project that was approved some time ago on Timber Drive East, next to a couple of the existing professional buildings that you see here in blue. And doesn't appear my red button. Oh yeah, I'm not in PowerPoint. Sorry. And so there are 4 new professional buildings, 2 that are just about to be occupied at the site location here. And so they have, again, submitted their annexation petition because they are connecting to public water and sewer. So now that the projects are getting ready to hit the tax rolls, it's time to go ahead and get them annexed in. And I'm not sure if I've got an applicant representative here tonight, but I did communicate with them earlier this week. And they are on board with this happening now at this time, and appreciate being a part of Garner, the Bannister family.
Thank you. Are there any questions from the council for Mr. Triesenberg on this project? Okay, hearing none, does the applicant want to make a presentation? Okay, so we've heard what we've heard there. Yeah, are there any individuals signed up to speak on this topic?
No, Mr. Mayor, no one's signed up for this particular public
Thank you.
hearing.
Okay, then we close the public hearing. Public hearing is closed. I'll now ask council members for a motion and a second related to this ordinance.
Mr. Mayor, I move that we approve ordinance 2024-5292.
Second.
Thank you very much. Motion by Mr. Matthews, second by Mr. Singleton. I'll ask for a voice vote. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed by nay? Hearing none, that passes unanimously. Thank you very much. The next one is certainly an interesting project, item number 2. It's not interesting just because of what it is, but it's interesting in that it's the last item on public hearings tonight. It's also the first item on new and old business. So it's kind of walking both sides of it in different ways. The first part is the voluntary satellite annexation, as we just went through. The first part of old business is the conditional rezoning, which we have dealt with in the past. We had the public hearing, been through that, and now it's back for consideration again. So with the help of our town attorney and our town manager, we've tried to come up with the most effective way to address 2 actions on the same project at one time, and we're going to have 2 presentations, one about the annexation, one about the rezoning. We'll have one discussion for efficiency, and then we'll have 2 different votes, just as the law requires. So help me stay on track here, Mr. Triesenberg, Ms. Jones, Ms. Miller, as may be. So, Mr. Triesenberg, I believe you're the presenter on this one as well.
Yes, for the annexation, this is case number ANX 2407. And this is for the satellite annexation of about 46.42 acres, just south of 1010 Road between Jordan Road and NC 50. You can see there in the map, it's a little hard to see, but that dashed black and white line is our current ETJ boundary, going right along 1010 Road and then cutting up over to Swift Creek behind the Magnolia Park area. So this location is just outside of our existing ETJ, but before you get down to NC 540, which is just off the map here to the south. So again, this is accompanying the zoning case that we will hear about next. We do need to consider those both together because we can't zone something that's not in our corporate limits or in our ETJ. So this is coming to you as a package. We do have representatives from the applicants here, of course, about both matters. And we would encourage you then to hold this decision open until you've heard the zoning case and then take 2 separate votes on those after we hear about the zoning. That's all I have to present on the annexation, but the ordinance is prepared and all the other materials for you to act on should you decide to at that time. And that's all I have for you tonight.
Okay, Mr. Triesenberg, help me out here. Should we ask the applicant to speak at this time or wait until we start the presentation that we're going to combine on the second part, which is the rezoning?
I think we could probably hear from them on both at the same time.
Yes, I think it would be appropriate to have Ms. Joseph give the rezoning presentation, and then the applicant can address both of those.
Okay, thank you. Well, that being said, we'll kind of hold that one open, that piece of this project, and we'll have our presenter on the rezoning portion, our Assistant Planning Director, Aaron Joseph. If you would bring us up to date on this part of this project.
And Mr. Mayor, just for the record, the only individual to sign up to speak at the public hearing was the applicant, Mr. Marsh, Collier Marsh.
Okay,
So we
thank
didn't have
you.
any other public wanting to speak on the annexation.
Okay, and we may call on him to speak on behalf of the applicant after we hear the staff, then he can address both of these. Does that make sense? Thank you.
All right. Thank you. Good evening, Mayor and council members, members of the public. I will, sure you can all hear me. Thank you. I will present case CZ 2302. This is a Tier 1 rezoning for approximately 46.42 acres of land located at NC 50, or also known as Benson Road, for a rezoning from highway district and residential 30, which are Wake County's zoning districts. The request is to rezone the property to CMX conditional. So the applicant has narrowed the possible uses to 33 out of a potential 60 uses. And they also have proffered 30 additional conditions outside of the permitted uses table. You have in the presentation this evening highlighted in the brown color the conditions that have been updated since the case came before you all during the public hearing. And so I'll just quickly go through these conditions just as a refreshing of what they are proffering. And so they are only requesting 2 uses within the district, and only residential uses shall be permitted in the area too. If a traffic signal is already required at the property's Benson Road entrance from Southern Trace Trail, that through traffic studies and recommendations or amendments to the submitted traffic impact analysis for a signal warrant analysis, and that shall be performed at the Benson Road entrance, which would be concurrent with the submission of the site plan for commercial uses that meet the property's 25,000 square foot requirements. And the update to that condition is if the signal warrant analysis determines that a signal is warranted and sufficient right-of-way exists, then the signal will be constructed by the property owner. They also are committing to a minimum of 40% of the site will be open, and a minimum of 60% of the open space shall be contiguous. A minimum of 20% of the site or half the required open area will be preserved for tree preservation. They also have included a 45-foot landscape buffer on the southern boundary of the property where it abuts single-family residential. They have proffered a condition that a minimum open playfield in the residential portion measuring 20,000 square feet shall be provided. And that's an update from originally at 8,000 square feet. And it shall be 130 feet wide. They also are proffering a playground that will be located within Area 2 of the site. They also have a community gathering space of 7,000 square feet. And within that gathering space, there shall be a minimum of public art installation, benches, and a minimum of 500 square feet of a flower bed. Also in Area 1, the non-residential buildings fronting Benson Road shall have a maximum of 2 bays of parking with 1 drive aisle located between the buildings and Benson Road. Area 1, the residential buildings fronting Benson Road shall not have any parking located between those buildings, and no more than 50% of the Benson Road frontage shall have parking between the buildings and the street. Also, a minimum of 75% of landscaping shall be native species and also pollinator-friendly plants. There shall be 3 freestanding pole signs that will not conflict with other UDO requirements. Along the limits of disturbance adjacent to the wetlands, the developer shall install double silt fencing during construction, and installed every double silt fence outlet more than the required single silt fencing per the ordinance. All primary buildings shall be designed to meet the requirements of green building standards, acceptable green building standards such as LEED, Energy Star, BREEAM, Green Globes, NGBS, and Green Guard. There shall be a minimum of 2 green stormwater infrastructure measures, bioretention areas, permeable pavement systems, rainwater harvesting, green roofs, planter boxes, and incorporating GSI measures within the project, but does not limit to preclude the ability to use above-ground stormwater management devices. There shall be an internal sidewalk and pathway system within the development, and will connect all areas within the development and at least 2 locations to the further Benson Road public multi-use path. There also shall be a maximum of 650 multifamily units. And the multifamily buildings shall have interior corridors and be elevator served. The applicant has also proffered minimum square footages for the amenity spaces, clubhouse, pool, and dog park. And it's based off of a unit count. So you see in the table there, the clubhouse shall be a minimum of 3,500 square feet with 340 units or less. But if greater than 340 units, then the clubhouse will be 5,000 square feet. The pool would be 1,000 square feet, under 340, and then greater than 340 would go up to 1,500 square feet. Dog park would both be at 500 square feet. The residential buildings within areas 1 and 3 shall have a minimum of 3 stories and a maximum of 5 stories. Within the multifamily buildings, there will be architectural guidelines, no vinyl siding. Siding shall vary in color. There shall be masonry components of at least 20%. And accessory buildings may only have a masonry wainscot of at least 30 inches high. Foundation shall be slab on grade with masonry coverings of any exposed slab. And the facade plan shall have offsets so as not to allow continuous runs over 24 feet with a minimum of 1 foot depth. And projecting eaves and rakes shall have a minimum of 12 inches depth on all sides. Further, all at full build-out of the site, there shall be a minimum of 25,000 square feet of non-residential uses. The non-residential building shall not have residential buildings located between them and Benson Road. The non-residential buildings shall meet the following architectural guidelines. So they will have architectural treatments such as varying roof forms, facade articulation, breaks in the roof, walls with texture materials shall be incorporated for visual interest. Large expanses of blank walls greater than 25 feet in length or height shall be broken up with windows or other architectural features to reduce the visual impacts. Roof features may include flat roofs with parapet, hip roofs, canopies, or awnings with metal material. Windows and storefront glazing shall be divided into either square or vertical in proportion so that each section is taller than it is wide. Also, for the non-residential buildings in Area 1, the building transparencies shall exceed the higher requirements of the UDO for the neighborhood mixed-use district. In primary frontage, the ground floor street level will meet or exceed 50% transparency, and other ground floor frontages will meet or exceed 33% transparency, and the upper floor public frontages will meet or exceed 20% transparency. For the non-residential buildings, at least 55% of the primary building materials shall be brick and stone decorative scored concrete masonry units or fiber cement panels, and vinyl signage shall be prohibited. The facades in the non-residential buildings shall exceed the articulation requirements of the UDO. All non-residential building and suite entrances shall be covered by awnings, colonnades, or canopies with a minimum of 20 square foot area, or entrances shall be under covered walkways adjacent to the primary facade. The non-residential buildings and building clusters shall provide outdoor gathering or dining spaces or patios. These outdoor spaces shall be a minimum size, just 10% of the building first floor footprint, and they will serve and shall be adjacent to or within 150 feet of the entrances. Patios shall be constructed of masonry pavers, decorative colored or stamped concrete, artificial turf, and other rubber surfacing. The outdoor gathering spaces shall include atmospheric or architectural lighting, partial covering to provide shade, and a minimum of 20 lineal feet of permanent seating for each 1,000 square feet of patio or gathering dining space. Again, the brown represents an update to the condition since the case was before you all. And so the last condition is a minimum of 5% of the multifamily units constructed within the development shall be provided as affordable housing units. The affordable housing unit shall have rents that are affordable for households earning 100% of the area median income as defined by the Department of Housing and Urban Development. and as stipulated in the most recently published North Carolina Housing Financing Agency, a low-income housing tax credit, and multifamily tax subsidy program, income and rent limits for the Raleigh, North Carolina MSA area, as defined by the U.S. Department of HUD and updated annually. The issuance of the first multifamily residential certificate of occupancy, the affordable period for the development. Following completion of the affordable period, this affordable condition shall expire. The property owner shall be relieved of all obligations set forth in the affordable housing condition, and the affordable housing units may be freely marketed and leased at market rent rates. It's a lot to take in. So moving on to the proposal, the transportation notes. So congestion management units from NCDOT has required dedicated northbound left turn lanes and a taper on NC 50 with 100 feet of storage at the site access. And a dedicated southbound right turn lane and taper on NC 50 with 100 feet of storage at the site access. So this is a Tier 1 rezoning, so you don't have a master plan, but the applicant has provided a visual of a general layout of the site. And so it represents 3 areas, and you heard those areas represented within the condition. So you have Area 1 here, that's 11.87 acres. Area 3, 4.3 acres. And then Area 2 here, represented with 10.3 acres. Have illustrated also a full access from NC 50 or Benson Road. There are wetlands that are present on the site, and there will be stream buffers or stream crossings on the site. Okay, so moving on to the consistency review. There were 11 growth framework criteria that were evaluated. With the final results, there are 8 strongly consistent. There was 1 split modest, and 1 modestly inconsistent, and 1 strongly inconsistent. The modest inconsistent was related to auto transportation as a pre-existing condition. 1 strongly inconsistent is the CMX district is not a recommended character area crosswalk choice. In reviewing the land use and community character consistency, 16 criteria were determined to be applicable, and the final results were 1 strongly consistent, 11 modestly consistent, and 4 split. So the Planning Commission has reviewed this case. They reviewed it in August, and you have on the screen questions and comments from the Planning Commission. Some of them consisted of concern regarding the percentage of units that are reserved for affordable housing and the AMI being too high to have an impact on affordable housing, particularly for the local workforce. There was a question regarding the lane build-out along Benson Road, questions regarding the protection of the wetlands post-construction. There was a question regarding crossing of the wetlands, the type of neighborhood commercial uses, what would the existing home remain, or would it be demolished? The connectivity to Jordan Road, There was clarification regarding when residential and non-residential will be developed at the site. There was clarification regarding the green building standards throughout the site, and also where the pool amenity would be located and where the play area would be located. So the Planning Commission adopted a consistency statement, and they found that in the absence of any strong, non-supporting comprehensive plan criteria aside from the zoning district choice, which likely warrants further discussion if it should be appropriate, and a strong level of consistencies with the plan's growth framework. This request to rezone 46.42 acres from Highway District and Residential 30 to commercial mixed use is consistent with the town's adopted land use plans. And so their motion reflected that consistency statement, and they recommended approval of this case, CZ 2302, by a unanimous vote. This evening, we will look at the reasonableness of this request for consistency or lack thereof with the comprehensive plan and other adopted plans, compatibility with the present zoning and conforming uses of nearby property, and with the character of the neighborhood. For suitability of the subject property for uses permitted by the current versus the proposed district, whether the proposed change tends to improve the balance of uses or meets a specific demand in the town, the availability of sewer, water, transportation infrastructure, stormwater facilities, and other necessary infrastructure generally suitable and adequate for the proposed use, and also the preservation of key features of the natural environment. So you do have draft motions within your package. If you see page 62 of your agenda packet, and we'll vote to find consistent and reasonable, to approve, or to find consistent and unreasonable, which would be a denial. The applicant is here this evening as well, and has prepared a presentation. I will be on standby for any questions that you all may have.
Okay. Well, thank you very much, Ms. Joseph. That was excellent to do two items at once as we stick with our idea of two presentations combined, and then we'll have one discussion as part of the two presentations combined to combine the annexation and the rezoning in one. I think now is the time to call upon our applicant to address both the annexation and the rezoning simultaneously. Am I on track here?
Mayor Gupton, I just have one question.
Let's have the whole presentation from both and then come back with questions if we may. This is important and there's a little bit different cadence. Let's hear from both sides and then we'll make a full round of questions. So yeah, please hold your question for that. So our applicant, if you would please come to the podium and identify yourself and your address, sir.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, members of council. I'm Collier Marsh with Parker Poe at 301 Fayetteville Street, here on behalf of the applicant team to present the Benson Road mixed-use case. The applicant here is CRS1 LLC. And so we have Sal Camerata, that's the C. We have Greg Richardson, that's the R. And then we have Jim Skasma, that's the S. And I think that's important here. I think council has seen these gentlemen at a number of meetings, and you've discussed this project at length. They've come together as friends and real estate experienced professionals to bring a significant project to the town of Garner. But they asked me to make it clear to council tonight that the rezoning is not the last stop for them with this project, that they are looking forward to being a part of this project for the foreseeable future. taking advantage of Jim's experience developing real estate and then Sal's experience actually managing real estate. So there's experience developing retail and then managing the finished product. And so they hope and expect to be a part of this project for many hearings to come and many subsequent approvals to come if we're fortunate enough to have your support tonight. Might click forward, might not. Might not work. There we go. Just gotta hit that switch.
Magic touch.
All right. So Aaron did a great job summarizing the project. I think we're all familiar with the area and some of the history of the site. Just touching generally on the comprehensive plan and its guidance for the site. We're right near the just opened 540 interchange at 540 and Benson Road. The town was forward-looking with its comprehensive plan and anticipated the change that's coming to this area. So it's designated as a mixed-use center. It's also designated as a level 4A area to transform. That calls for quite a bit of change from what's there today. So in theory, it leads to some growing pains in the area, but I'd say that we'd had some pretty reasonable and welcoming neighbors that were open to discussion and understood kind of what's coming for this area and had some collaborative discussions. So comprehensive plan consistency analysis, we're proud of all the consistency that the staff found. I did want to point out just two things. The only two inconsistencies here, one, that the CMX district, the town's commercial mixed-use district, is inconsistent with the mixed-use center designation. It's my understanding that that was probably inadvertent and something that needs to change. I'm not sure of a better fit for a mixed-use center than your commercial mixed-use district. The other was just a consequence of the existing area not being bike and pedestrian friendly. And while we can't cure everything along the Benson Road and 540 corridor, we're certainly going to do our part within this project to set a precedent for future development so that it is more pedestrian and bicycle friendly. So we are proposing to go to the CMX district, and I think council and members of the town have heard about this project and others, and why they're a little different in seeking tier 1 zonings. This area is this project is ahead of the development curve here. When we started this project, 540 was not open. Water and sewer is really far away, miles away. And so to unlock development in this area, it has taken the effort of several development groups and private developers that are going to work together to extend that down to this area and make it available for the future. So with that, the applicant here needs to be able to have something in hand to go out and have financing and have investment to be able to then bring the water and sewer down. It's kind of a cart before the horse, chicken and egg situation. What needs to come first? And here we need to have something in hand that helps us to engage and get that investment to allow those connections to come down. Then the council still gets assurances that you're going to know that anything that goes on this site is going to be top notch and what the council expects in two ways. One are our zoning conditions, which Aaron described in great detail, I think very well. Any project that comes through with the detailed set of conditions we have, you don't even need to see the plans because they are so thorough. They tell you exactly how the site's going to lay out, what's going to go there, and what the limits are. They really set a high bar there. Second, there are any number of triggers within the town's code for a special use permit review of projects, one of them being 200 units or more of residential, which is likely going to come with a project like this that triggers the special use permit requirement, and it comes back before this council for a quasi-judicial approval. So there will, in all likelihood, be, hopefully in the near future, additional public hearings and more detail on this project. So we've shared this map in the context, and I just want to point out a couple of things. Project does have a significant amount of wetlands that inform some of the decisions we made with environmental commitments and other kind of open space commitments with the project. The site shows 2 full access points. I do want to point out that in all likelihood, we will have multiple access points that are not shown. This was just meant to depict where full access would exist. For example, the bottom right corner of our property aligns with another street. We'd hope for a driveway at that location as well, potentially 3 on Benson Road, potentially 2 on Jordan Road. So the site is not as access confined as it appears on this image. We're just illustrating components of it. We have 3 developable areas. Area 2 was restricted to residential only based on discussions with our neighbors. So we had a separate meeting with the HOA directly to the south and spoke with them about the project, restricted it to residential only, I think actually to applause at the meeting. We also added a meaningful buffer on their property line that's shown in green there. So it's a 45-foot buffer, so it's wider. What it also has is a 5-foot berm. So when you have your code has defined plantings, that area is cleared right now. We thought about what's the best way to accomplish effective screening, especially recognizing that this is the tier 1, plans aren't final. The idea was if you had a 5-foot berm, it's going to bring all those plantings higher and be that much more effective that really you don't have to worry about what's going to go on the other side. Continuing on, we have extensive zoning conditions as have been gone through by Ms. Joseph. A lot of these came from discussions with neighbors. One point I want to clarify from the first council meeting several months ago, I was unfortunately unable to attend. There have actually been 3 true neighborhood meetings. I think there's some confusion about whether a second one had been held. Noted tier 1 zoning only requires 1, but we've had 3 fully noticed hearings. And the third, actually, we extended the notices out to some additional neighbors that you all heard from in the last hearing to the south, so they knew what was going on. We also had separate meetings with the adjacent HOA. And so with that came a number of improvements to this project. We've got well-vetted permitted uses from staff. We have a cap of 650 residential units. Another point to clarify, I think there's confusion at the last meeting as to whether that number was increased throughout the rezoning process. It was not. Since filing, this has been a 650 unit case, but we did overlook that the initial draft of the TIA had a lower residential count. I think Ms. Joseph brought that to our attention. That TIA was updated, it was submitted, it was reviewed, and it reflects the appropriate unit count. So it wasn't a case of increasing the residential counts, it was a case of an error in the TIA that has been corrected. That TIA correction kind of addressed one of the big topics that we heard from neighbors, which all comes down to site access. And again, what we heard and what I think the council has heard case after case is, well, what about traffic and what is this project doing for traffic? We've already got some issues on Benson Road. And so all of the different concerns, whether from Jordan Road or from Benson Road neighbors, all centered around how are vehicles going to leave this site and how do we ensure the least impact. And the overwhelming solution is that if we can get a signal at our full access point across from Southern Trace Trail, it really cures a lot of this. It helps folks directly across go in and out, but it also encourages traffic to avoid Jordan Road and go to that signalized intersection. So before that TIA update, what we had done is we had committed to doing a signal warrant analysis at the time when we thought this project was most likely to trigger a traffic signal. So in our initial TIA, DOT said, we don't think a signal is going to be warranted here. What we said is, well, we think at full build out that could happen depending on the amount of commercial and the number of the uses here. And so when we look at our conditions and we decide when are we most likely to trigger a TIA, it's at that full build out of our commercial requirement. So we have a minimum of 25,000 square feet of commercial. So when we're submitting a site plan that meets that 25,000 foot point, we think that that's the most likely time that a signal would be warranted. So we would submit a signal warrant analysis to the DOT in hopes of getting it approved. Now, oftentimes as a developer or an applicant, you feel like you're at odds with neighbors over traffic, that there's a concern and the developer's trying to push traffic on and the neighbors don't want it. Here, our interests are 100% aligned. It's something that we want for our community as well and for our development, because good access in and out is a great benefit to this site as much as it is to the neighbors. And so our interests truly are aligned. And the good news was with that TIA update, it found that a signal would be warranted at full build out. We've kept the condition in because full build out, we have 650 units of permitted residential. We also have a minimum of 25,000 square feet of commercial, but we can have more commercial and we may not build out every residential unit. And so to provide just another layer of certainty or another, I guess, added security here, we kept that condition in just in case it wasn't triggered. We want that light and we're trying to find a way to do it. meaningful open space and buffers included, and I won't go through every detail, but we are aware of council's concerns with play areas and things like that. Those have been increased over time. We've got a lot of preserved area with this project. We looked very hard at the comprehensive plan and its guidance for mixed-use centers. We've got detailed conditions about how buildings are to lay out. Essentially, we put in writing how you will orient buildings to achieve that desirable mixed-use center, not just kind of, let's just stick the commercial here, let's stick the residential here and keep them separate, but let's integrate things. We'll have public plazas. The commercial or non-residential uses are required to have open spaces that are outdoor attached to them. Again, the idea is to create a real actual sense of place. And when we do it with conditions, we had to get pretty creative with the details to integrate it all together. We're also making sure that commercial buildings front Benson Road. Again, you want that urban streetscape. You don't want to have a suburban, shopping center in the back with a field of parking in the front. We're bringing our buildings close to the street to create a better, more successful mixed-use environment. Another, sales point that we worked on here when we said, how are we going to have a tier 1 rezoning for a mixed-use project? It's something the town hasn't had to deal with or hasn't seen before. The solution was we're going to set a high bar on a number of things, and one of those was environmental commitments. And so these have been here since day one. We saw those wetlands, and we said we can come up with a robust set of environmental commitments that haven't been on any project in Garner before. So we have native species requirements. We've got signage to help identify sensitive areas. We've got construction protections to ensure that the wetlands are protected during construction with added layers of fencing. Green building standards is not insignificant. So that means that each of these primary buildings is going to be built to a high energy efficient standard. And then we have green stormwater infrastructure, which again is not common. That will mean that we are using unique environmentally friendly measures to treat the stormwater, which is something that's come up throughout this project. We've got multifamily commitments with unit caps. I think council has seen time and time again strong architectural commitments on projects, and this one does not miss the mark. We have very detailed commitments to ensure that everything looks and feels as it should, both commercial-wise and residential-wise. The last commitment I want to highlight is a workforce housing commitment. At the first council hearing, we did not have a workforce housing commitment, but we were asked, could you consider it? And so we as a team went back and tried to evaluate what the best possible commitment is for this project. We're at a little bit of a disadvantage in that we're projecting the market in a couple of years. And so we had to think carefully about what is the right commitment and what allows the right flexibility to deliver the project that we think that everybody wants in this area, which is a really successful mixed-use project. So when we've committed to multifamily buildings that are elevator served, interior conditioned corridors, you're building top-of-the-line apartments. We're also putting in commitments that are top-of-the-line mixed-use commitments and detailed commercial commitments. And so in our minds, we are aiming really high with our overall project. Now, while trying to achieve an appropriate condition here to do our part, we're a little wary that if we have too stringent of a condition, maybe we're going to discourage the right developer from coming in and really aiming for that top-notch project. So what we came upon was to target really what we call workforce housing. So 5% of units at or below 100% AMI is the level. So we're looking, to the VA hospital and potential employees there, and folks of that nature we think will kind of be the right fit for this commitment. So that's how we came about it. We've always been open to dialogue about it, and I think we're always listening for better ways to do it. But we hope that this sets a good precedent for the town. Traffic and infrastructure did come up. Again, I think this project has the pieces that it's able to deal with as far as traffic is concerned and site access, and that was issue number one for neighbors as we live on Benson Road or we live on Jordan Road. What's going to happen when all this development comes? And so just kind of want to highlight that the developer can't do everything here. Now we're doing our 50 frontage improvements with widening, with multi-use path along our frontage, but there's a lot going on here that we don't want to lose sight of. So this is the widening project of Benson north of the site and bridge over the creek there, which is one of the most difficult sections of 50 to widen. That project's underway. When you get that hardest part of the widening out of the way, it makes it easier for the other pieces to fall. And so our project would do its part of the widening. This is the full build out of that section just for reference. And so we would also, upon our frontage, have our half of the eventual full build out of 50. There's also improvements going on at the 1010 Benson Road intersection. Again, a DOT-funded project, so they're reconfiguring that intersection to improve its flow as well. So there are meaningful improvements going on in this area already that residents will see the benefit of, not the least of which is a little highway that opened up about a week or so ago that should have a really big impact on this project and the surrounding area. And this just shows how close we are here. And I think that this, that star shows our property in the background. Really shows why we think this is an appropriate site for a quality mixed-use development. I think these 540 interchanges offer great potential. And so our team is excited to unlock that potential, to be part of this group that's bringing water and sewer down here. And we're looking forward to working on future phases of the project. So we've got our full team here to answer questions, and we appreciate your consideration of this request.
Okay, excellent. That's very good information. Thank you, particularly as we try to address both the annexation and the rezoning kind of simultaneously as far as the presentations went and as far as the discussion goes. So I would suggest at this time that we do call on council members for questions for either staff or the developer's representative. And we'll kind of start down at this end with Mr. Matthews. We'll come down. I'll ask each council member to ask you first question or two to make sure everybody gets their first question or two in. Then we'll circle back around for subsequent questions, just for the sake of consistency, fairness, and making sure that we hear from everyone. Mr. Matthews, questions for staff or the applicant?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Good presentation to staff as well as following through. It was good to see that so many of the things that we were looking at and tried to work together on to provide, you guys have incorporated in here. Is it a perfect world? As you said, no, it's not. You're not going to fix everything, but it's good when both sides can listen and try to work together and come up with a very good project. And again, the water sewer connectivity is going to be a big thing down Highway 50 and with some other projects we're looking at down there. So as far as any direct questions, I don't have any right now, Mr. Mayor, but I am pleased with so many of the things that was brought forth, like bigger areas, affordable housing issue. You know, you've stepped up to that where a lot of folks don't, and that's good because we do have our police, firemen as well. So a lot of people at the vet hospital are going to be looking for jobs. In fact, it's so close to that southern Loop 540, traffic-wise. A lot of people, when you build this out, they're going to, if they work up in that direction at the airport, they're going to get on 540. Why come up that way? So traffic will be two ways. Not every car is going to come through Garner. The smart ones will probably get on that bypass. So I'm glad that is open now, so that's opening it up. But that's just my comments right now, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Mr. Singleton, questions, comments?
Mr. Marsh, you had in the condition in regards to the affordable housing and the AMI at 100% or less. What does less mean? Because 100%, I think is a number that's, I mean, it needs to be labeled. We're talking about people at the Veterans Hospital, excuse me, not the vet hospital, the Veterans Hospital, and public safety and be municipal employees. I think we need to look at something less than 100%. I'm not saying go to 50, but consider 80% or 75.
Yeah, so I guess breaking that apart, I mean, we want to have the right commitment here. We're open to discussion on the topic and understand that this is the first time we brought that commitment to the council for discussion. So the or less just means that when you're doing your kind of your certification that you've met your affordable housing requirements, that you are making sure that the people that are in those units don't make any more. So you could have somebody that makes 60% of AMI or 80% that gets into one of those units. That just sets the cap for the most that they can make to get into one of the qualified units. We have discussed and are available, I guess, to amend the condition if that's the will of the council here. And so we've talked about it in a couple of ways, whether it's increasing the percentage at 100% AMI, so a larger number of units, or within the units that we've offered, we are willing to make a amount of those up to 3%, I think is the number that we thought would work out of that 5 at 80% AMI. So if that's the will of the council, we're open to it. Again, we just wanted to present something for sake of discussion, but want to make sure it's the right commitment. So happy to discuss that further, but just to clarify again, we can, with our own 100% AMI commitment, we're willing to increase that up, I think in the neighborhood of 8%. So we can have 8% and 100% AMI. Alternatively, within the 5% we're offering, we're willing to go to 3% at 80% AMI out of that 5. So I think it's kind of they can achieve similar results. It depends on who we're targeting, but we're open to those changes.
Okay, I'll let others ask questions because I'm sure they'll have some direct questions about that too.
Okay, we'll pass the microphone. Ms. Behringer, comments, questions?
Yes, a question about the traffic light. Did I hear it correctly that the traffic light would potentially be installed after everything is developed or built out?
Yeah, so I'm no expert in the exact DOT sequencing, but if we meet full build out of this project under our TIA, it would be warranted and would have to be constructed by us. If it's something less than that, but we've then submitted our site plan and are doing the full build out of the commercial, the TIA or the current discussions with DOT say it's not ready, or the prior ones we would resubmit that warrant analysis at that point in time.
That's concerning to me. I know that they have their reasons, DOT has their reasons for waiting and having a certain percentage of traffic through there, but that's just my point of concern. I think that traffic light should come in well before the full build out.
If the earlier we're allowed to, I think we'd be willing to do it if there's a way for us, but that's just not within our control.
Thank you. Mr. Dellinger?
Yeah, I'm done.
Yeah, some concerns too. I'll come back on the signal light in Jordan Road. The first thing is just I'm glad to hear there's some level of commitment to the community by your crew to being involved in an ongoing basis. As a member of the Affordable Housing Task Force, it's exciting to see those proactive efforts to the housing challenge. And we've had a lot of trailblazing applicants in the past several months who've volunteered housing affordability into some of their projects. And these are non-LIHTC, non-low-income housing tax credit projects. So it's a tremendous gesture, even though we're not quite on the substantive impact yet. So it's exciting to see that, and so thanks for the effort on that. And I think you'd agree that it's an important gesture on the part of an applicant to the town to make that type of gesture, correct?
Yeah, I think where appropriate, it's a good solution, a good goal to work towards.
It's a good start, and it's a positive start. I'm a little hesitant with the late hour of the offering. We've had multiple public hearings, community meetings. This isn't really the proper forum to negotiate that. It's been done by multiple applicants before, early in the process. So it's to get it at the 11th hour puts us in a bad position and puts you in a bad position. So that's a little, concerning for the efficiency of the work we're trying to do. So what is 100% AMI Wake County?
I'm sure you have it on the paper in front of you. I don't.
Got it. It's $96,000. So what you've offered is apartments that are affordable for people who make $96,000.
Yeah. To clarify, that's household income that assumes two earners.
80% of AMI is 76. 60% is $57,000. Our police officer starting pay is $54,000. A Wake County starting teacher is $48,000. My point, and the VA workers that you reference, they're probably making under $76,000 too, unless they're a doctor. So I think there's more work to be done on that, because I think every unit you build should be affordable to the average income earner, in that's kind of called market rate. When the average person in the county can afford your apartment, I think there are some breakdowns that are possible at a 5 or 6%, and say certain percent, 80%, certain percent, 60%, even if it's a small percentage. But the text that's written is not really meeting the mark of, particularly in the conversations we've had in the committee. So again, I appreciate the gesture because it's tremendous to have that conversation as a contribution to the challenge, but it's not quite hitting the direction that we've been discussing. And that's only comment. I have other questions on other aspects of the project, but there's a little work to be done on that condition, which we're grateful you're making it, but it's not quite hitting the mark.
A note when you look at like no, the 100%, you said 97,000. So that, then when you calculate rents, the full rent is for a 4-bedroom unit. And so then that accounts for 2 earners. The rents actually in the HUD table scale down when you have smaller bedrooms. So if you do have someone earning less, then the rents actually are proportionally lower because you assume they're going in a 1 or 2 bedroom unit. So that is accounted in the HUD tables. And so it is accounted in the affordability levels.
That's not how it works.
It's how it works in the jurisdictions I've worked in previously on these
It
commitments.
is, I've looked at several dozen jurisdictions, and that's not the tool or metric we're going to use.
I think that what we've learned here is there's probably a lot of opportunity for dialogue, and I think that me as a representative of multiple applicants, I'm happy to engage in that. But that dialogue needs to happen. I don't think it's a quick conversation. I think for purposes of this project, we've articulated our commitment, and I think it's a strong one. I appreciate the discussion, and I encourage further discussion as we move forward.
Okay, Mr. Vance, I believe you had a question earlier. Thanks for your patience.
Oh, yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. In reference to my question that I had for the staff, it was answered in the briefing by the applicant in reference to what we have in our agenda packet with the congestion piece, where there is a light at the intersection of Southern Trace. That was my question, because there's a proposed light there, and I wanted to know what that meant, because what was shown on the screen, there was no light there. So just wanted to get clarification of that particular error, but it was answered. It was answered there. And to go back with affordable housing, I'm also in the Affordable Housing Task Force, Mr. Marsh, and we know that you have worked with us relative to affordable housing with one major project to help us to start to look at it more in a comprehensive way when it comes to affordable housing. And with the Affordable Housing Task Force being really just engaged for the past couple of months, we are in that process of looking at further details, which further, I believe, dialogue will continue to refine as to what's the best fit for here. As we look at, we know that AMI slides up and down, and so that's something that it will be a moving target. And as we go through the process, we know that affordable housing is a complex issue, very complex issue. It's not a simple one. So to have the applicant willing to work through the process with us is appreciated. That's all I have, Mr. Mayor, for this moment.
Thank you. Before I start back over with Mr. Matthews for second round of questions, this is a question concerning a clarification for me on the affordable housing, and it might be for Mr. Triesenberg. It's a technical question. When we say this is the people who make 100% of the AMI are eligible, does that mean that people that make 80% or 60% are not, or that they also are eligible for some discount?
They would be eligible for those units, but the measure would be 100% would be the cap at which their income levels could be. So anybody that makes 99.9% or below is eligible under that.
Okay, so they are eligible, the people above that income level, not eligible for assistance.
Correct.
Okay, thank you. That helps me. Take a rest, Jeff. I got my answer here, unless you feel otherwise about it. That's good. Okay, I'll start back over with Mr. Matthews for a second round of questions, if any.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. That's a good question you just asked Mr. Triesenberg, and get some clarification on it. And I, again, appreciate the fact that you guys were willing to work. I guess this seems to be kind of this and stoplight, which you can't do so much with since it's a DOT issue. But as far as the workforce housing for those folks, what are our options at this point if this is the key issue? I'm just saying if it appears to be, and I think we readily both agree, and you guys are willing to, let's put this thing together. What do we need to do at this point if we want to move this project forward and not have to delay it? Or is this just something that can be worked through? What are our options, I guess? I'm asking probably planning as well as these guys. How do we move through this thing?
If they're proposing a different condition that's in your packet, that we have to have that in writing.
Okay.
And they would have to sign for that condition.
And I'd offer that the alternatives I articulated, one is a pretty simple change, changing a 5 to an 8. The other, it mirrors the language that was submitted in the Park and Garner station, and so we have that readily available as well. That's the same breakdown. So either of those would be changes we could make tonight.
Okay, which means is what we're dealing with tonight. What are we saying here? I don't know if we can do it, but
Right, council would have to accept that changed condition, and then the applicant would have to put that in writing.
okay.
Before it would be effective.
If I could articulate the preference of the applicant, I mean, we came in with 5% as basically a point of discussion. It becomes more difficult for my particular clients to appreciate and predict the impacts of reducing the AMI percentage. It just adds another layer of complications with rent calculations and things that we just don't have the means to predict at this time. So if council would support a change from 5% of units at 100% AMI to 8% of units at 100% AMI, that's one, frankly, just it's better for our viewpoint on this. It would be our preference, and I think it's the easier physical change to make.
Okay.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Singleton, other questions, comments?
Well, Ms. Harrison sent us a detailed explanation of what would happen as far as the signal go, triggering the study, et cetera, et cetera. I'm trying to find it in my email, and I'm not having any luck right now. But anyway, that's what I want to find and bring up. And she sent it to all of us, so all of us had a chance to read it. It's a lot of hoops to jump through. I'm still looking for it, so I'll pass right now.
Okay, Ms. Behringer, comments,
I
questions?
just have one more comment about that traffic light. I understand the rationale behind how they determine if it's needed or not. I also know of instances where traffic lights were begged for years, and then somebody got killed, and then they got a traffic light. So numbers are important, but if it happens to you or your family, it's not a number, it's 100% reality. And it takes time to get plans changed or the way DOT does something, but I'd like us to just keep saying, we need that traffic light and we need it earlier.
Thank you. Mr. Dellinger?
I would echo that sentiment. I also have a question about the cross access that's indicated on the map. Is that a vehicular cross, or is that a pedestrian cross access?
That would be vehicular and pedestrian. It's emergency services, it's life safety. That was an early comment when talking with staff that we want to, when we have access right on Benson Road, we want to get across that area as quickly as possible and wouldn't want to go. I think it's also effective at getting, frankly, discouraging traffic to go to Jordan Road and out on Benson.
So that it's free flowing for anyone, but anyone can use it to get from Jordan Road over to Benson as a cut through.
Potentially as a cut through. I mean, I guess it depends on how it ultimately aligns. But yeah, the intent is to move vehicles and people across.
And with this sort of, thoughts on addressing the wetlands, because I don't believe, was that in the first version that came to us, and that because I remember a lot of the citizens' concerns were on the Jordan Road intersection.
Yeah, it was. I don't think it was a point of emphasis. I don't think that we had, probably done a good enough job of explaining the significance of that. But we did speak with neighbors extensively about ways to get cars to go, if you're in that area, to go out to Benson Road instead of going to Jordan Road. And so the signal and that cross access are obviously integral to that. Now, to the traffic signal side, if it does somehow become a cut through, I think, ideally for a safe, successful mixed-use center, we don't want cars flying through there, but in theory, folks may cut through there. It could be that at a point in time in the future, there's some unanticipated added trips there that make that signal more likely.
So to Ms. Behringer's comment in the condition, and the applicant would build it if at full build out it was warranted, right?
It's twofold, yeah. So right now at full build out, it is warranted. So it would have to be built. But
you don't have to do a full build out.
But yeah, so not at full build out. So the next best trigger, and we were able to come up with, is at full build out of that commercial entitlement, because we think that's typically commercial is phased later in the project. Commercial is also your higher traffic generator. And so we felt like when you hit that 25,000 threshold, that's a point certain where we think we've got the highest number of trips being generated from our project.
So if the commercial is the last to be built, when is the projected that the cross access would be constructed?
If the commercial is last, the cross access would exist in all likelihood before then. It's a number of hypotheticals. Commercial could get built first. But if the commercial was last, then that cross-access would exist because that means Area 2 would have been developed.
So the cross-access would only happen first if the residential happened first.
Yeah, I think the cross-access would come when Area 2 is developed. That would be a necessary component of the Area 2 plan. And I don't know if staff sees it otherwise, but I think that's the likely trigger.
So the TIA, is it taking into the account of the build out of that cross access and that Jordan Road traffic going over?
It is taking into account full build out and any number of things. We have our traffic engineer that can talk with a finer point on that if you'd like.
Yeah, I just want to know, I mean, that seems like a significant intersection if the cross access is built and diverting all that traffic off of Jordan Road, and it may reach a critical level before you do, if you ever get to full build out. So the timing of that cross access is really important for the safety of that intersection. So does the TIA factor in the impact of that cross access, or is it just the existing roads, Jordan 10, 10, and 50?
Jody Lewis of VSP Engineering, happy to be here. I don't believe we took into account that becoming a cut through. We just analyzed traffic impacts based on the development itself. But you're right, if it does become an easy access, it could become a cut through, but we don't really want that. We don't want to encourage people just using it as a pass through. If it does become something like that with the signal being installed, there are measures you can take within the site to discourage that with the layout of the roads and things like that. But no, I don't believe we did not take into account that becoming a cut-through route, because that's not something we really want to design for on behalf of the development.
Because just the residents' concerns were pretty consistent on Jordan Road and being able to get onto 1010. They had to continue. So cut-throughs comes up a lot in council. And that's what they do. That connectivity creates cut-throughs. That's what we talk about. And so that's, again, to Councilman Behringer's point about that access point and that entrance and the traffic that's generated. It doesn't seem like the TIA is accounting for potential cut-through traffic.
So the TIA, if I'm correct, did not account for some amount of cut-through traffic. It's looking at existing conditions. It's looking at the effect of this project and other projects. Now, what I think we're focusing in on is a potential unintended benefit of cut-through traffic is that with our condition, when we're doing a subsequent signal warrant analysis and we go out and do new trips, if we're finding that there's cut-through traffic at that point in time, that's unaccounted for, that's upping the trips from our site to the intersection, making the signal more likely. So bit of a double-edged sword with that cross-access, that it could become a cut-through. The benefit of it becoming a cut-through is that it makes that signal more likely.
So I guess that's the sort of the question is, who's going to pay for it? Because the condition is based off of your full build out. And so the timing of that cross access is not accounted for at all in the phasing of the project. So I think that's sort of the point she's making is the light needs to be there sooner rather than later, because regardless of the cut through or not, the traffic's going to be there to warrant it. And
under all the scenarios we're talking about, the developer is constructing the signal. So if it's warranted by our TIA and the study's done with subsequent site plans, it's the developer's responsibility. If it's done through that signal warrant analysis condition, we've clarified it's the developer's responsibility. So in all these scenarios, it is our responsibility to pay for it.
It's just the timing of when that happens.
Yeah, and I wish we had a crystal ball to say exactly when it was going to happen, but unfortunately we don't at this point. And even when you have a project with a definite site plan, if that's phased, improvements come in intervals. And so it's no different than a typical project. It's just under a microscope because we don't have even a projected picture here.
Okay, all very good questions and comments, and we will have another round here since we're trying to do two at once. Let's go to Mr. Vance, and then we'll make another round. Any other questions, comments, sir?
Not at this moment.
Okay, Mr. Matthews.
Done at this time.
Mr. Singleton.
I'm still looking for the email, but in her email, Ms. Harrison did confirm that wherever the time, if the warrant analysis was correct, it would be the developer's responsibility because it would be like it was in the condition. It's conditioned in there, so I'll get that email, I'll find her, and I'll ask her, she'll send it out again, and everyone can have it, but I do remember that specifically being in there, because I specifically asked the question, and she said, If it's conditioned, then it'll be the developer's responsibility where it's halfway through the project or at the end of the project.
I actually was able to call up that email, Mr. Singleton. It's dated August 6th.
Praise the Lord.
But yes, you are correct. We've had a couple of similar projects that have gone through this. Costco and the Caddy Road development was a similar situation where we had the signal and some of the crossovers with the conversion to the super street, where it wasn't built with Costco, but when the apartments and the police fire station were coming on board, it was triggered at that time, and the developer went in and did those improvements at that time. So yes, as long as it's conditioned, it will be on their dime. If it were to happen afterwards, with subsequent development, it'll be on, Leah said that it would be on DOT if triggers are tripped in the future. But we don't see that as a likely outcome.
Did that answer your question, Mr. Singleton?
Yes, sir. He confirmed what I thought was in the email.
Okay, so we'll make our last run down this way, Ms. Behringer.
I'll just repeat what I've already said. We know that the developer is responsible for doing it. My concern is how do we get DOT to authorize the go-ahead before it becomes a really serious problem?
Gotcha. Mr. Dellinger?
Yeah, just a final word on the affordable housing. And that committee has met several times. I think there are three times? Two times. And one of the most complicating issues with it is phrasing. And another thing that's complicating is that with inflation and rapid growth in Wake County, terminology like affordable housing and workforce housing haven't kept up with the reality of who those people are that are impacted by those units. So North Carolina Housing Finance Agency does work on workforce housing, and they have programs available. Wording for workforce housing historically has been 100%. That's no longer the workforce. So the applicability of the terms, while technically correct, isn't serving the intended mission of creating that type of housing in Garner. So the reason you can go up 8%, 10%, 20% AMI is those people can afford market rate apartments, but those aren't the target of the community and the efforts of what we have been wrestling with. And that's why, to try to figure all this out in a council meeting is very difficult. And unfortunately becomes precedent setting, as you have in your back pocket the North Garner project, which also didn't meet our needs either. So I just have reservations on the continuing pattern and a lack of flexibility, and understand there's a need there to shop your project and do these types of things. There's also a need in the town for housing our employees and people who work at the VA and are going to work at Wake Med and going to work at the mental health hospital and going to work at Target and going to work everywhere. You can't live in Wake County anymore. That creates a lot of traffic. It's like they kind of become self-fulfilling prophecies. But a more targeted demonstration of the AMI target is better for the intended outcomes, because 100% AMI is not, it's not accomplishing anything. It doesn't accomplish anything. It doesn't. If somebody's you're building an apartment that somebody making $75,000 or $100,000 or $90,000 can afford, it's not accomplishing the workforce targeted housing that we are trying to make and put in the pipeline for our residents and future residents. That's the, I don't want to drag Jeff up here to chime in on the conversations we've had on how difficult this is. And again, I appreciate the gesture, but if it's not meeting the target, it's not really helping.
Okay, Mr. Vance, back
No
to you.
questions? No.
Okay, one more time, my clarification question, same one as before. I thought I understood that the way it's written now, that a person making 100% or below, or a family making 100% or below is eligible for some assistance.
Yeah, so they'd be eligible for units that are restricted at the HUD designated affordable levels for that income level.
Based on their income level. So we're not excluding the people that make 50% or 60% or 70%. It's all built into the HUD formula.
No,
It's
it's not HUD related at all. This is part of the issue because this isn't a federal state, this isn't a federal program. This is an offer by a private developer. So the HUD is there to put as an anchoring point that is very high. It's not a regulation.
I think we're using HUD figures,
Yeah.
even though we're not using federal money.
No federal money, our condition relies on the HUD tables for the data point that we use to measure it. And so the folks that we're excluding with the units we're designated as affordable are those that earn above 100% AMI. Below that number are the ones that are permitted to live there. And the incomes are the income has to qualify, but the rents are so restricted to that affordable level. It's calculates like 30% of your income can go towards housing. And so rent comes from that. Each year, a new table's published, new rents come out, and that's what we'd have to adhere to.
So a family or an individual making 50% or whatever, they're eligible for more help under your plan than the person making 100%.
No.
They can't afford it.
No. The ceiling is the problem, Mr. Mayor.
Let me ask.
The ceiling is the problem.
Let me ask Mr.
It sets a ceiling. It doesn't scale down. It sets a ceiling at 100% AMI. So the rent has to be affordable to anyone earning 100% AMI or below. But that's the ceiling. It doesn't scale based on your particular income.
Okay, so I think I'm hearing my concern from two of you, that if a family or an individual is making over 100% of AMI, not eligible for help in your particular project.
Correct.
Is that the concern I'm hearing?
5% of 650 is 33 units.
I'm
Now,
not
hold on a
talking-
second, just listen, you gotta learn something here.
What?
Good God. The ceiling will eliminate, if the first few people in there are between 80 and 100% and take the 33 units, the people making 60% can't make it. So you don't want the ceiling at 100%, you want it below that, so that people below that have a better chance of getting that. If the ceiling's set at 100% at $96,000, that's not what I think, the figures that were pointed out with teachers and firefighters and so forth. You want the ceiling to come down so the people below it can have it. The 100's too high. You want it to drop and be below that. Your point, you're right about getting the people below it can get it. But if the first few people in there between 80 and 90, then the people at 50 and 60 don't have the chance. So
And they may
you
not
want
be
to
able
drop
to
the
afford it. They
ceiling.
may not be able to afford it anyway.
One at a time,
Right.
please,
Yes.
one at a time. And I think I heard Mr. Marsh indicate that the developers might be willing to increase their 5% to 8%, perhaps, under the same graduated criteria, which it would make more units available to more people at 100% or less.
Correct. That would be the preference if we were to modify for any number of reasons. It's a really challenging discussion. It really is. And every project's going to be different. And I think one of the things with this project that made us select that 100% AMI threshold is that we've consistently heard we want a good mixed-use project. We want a successful, vibrant mixed-use project. And so we now have interior conditioned corridors and elevator-served apartment units. Those are the most expensive apartment buildings and expensive units. That inherently pushes your apartments to the top of the market. And that means that by making those commitments, which were important to the town to have elevators and conditioned corridors, you have forced the applicant to increase their rents to be able to recoup that cost. So when that happens, we have to find the appropriate give for a project that includes those commitments. That's how we came upon this 100% AMI, is that when you have naturally, you do the architecture conditions, you do all these things, each decision to have more masonry, to have elevators means higher rents. That's how you recoup it. So it's a balance. Not every project is going to offer the same thing. I think we've articulated what we think is appropriate for this project, but we're going to have a lot of conversations and with future projects, always want to continue the discussion and understand the town's needs as that evolves. And so the more we can have this dialogue, the better. This project's not going to set the precedent for everything because we're going to learn more as time goes on.
Yes, thank you. It makes me glad we have a affordable housing task force working on this because it is complicated to get us some guidelines, some expectations. What do we need? How can we help? Because at the end of the day, I think it's pretty clear that Garner has some of the most affordable housing in Wake County. We have the second to the lowest median price on housing out of the whole county. We're the municipality with the second lowest housing price. Average housing price is the lowest here. There's a lot of naturally occurring affordable housing, whether it's apartments, buying houses. We're in the right direction. We have a huge Tryon Point, federally subsidized project that we broke ground a few weeks ago. We have Habitat for Humanity coming in a big, big way with the project in our city limits. We're doing a lot. This is another step in the right direction, whether it's 80%, 5%, 100%. These are steps. No single project is going to solve every problem. This is important stuff. Probably not going to be that piece of it resolved this evening. We've done our best to have 2 presentations, 1 discussion, and now I think it's time for 2 different votes. And the one that makes sense is the vote on the annexation, because if we don't annex this, we can't make a rezoning. So that's where we are. Is there a motion?
Consider motion.
Okay, that was a simultaneous move from Mr. Vance that we approve the satellite annexation, and I'll take it as a second from Mr. Matthews.
Either way.
Okay, either way, we got a motion and a second. And let's do a roll call
Mr.
vote.
Mayor, if we
Yes.
can just officially, if you can close the public hearing for the annexation.
Thank you. And that officially closes the public hearing on the annexation. Thank you. We want to stay between the guardrails here. Okay, so let's have a roll call vote on that motion, that second, and let's start at Mr. Vance's end. Aye or nay?
Aye.
No.
Excuse me?
No.
Okay.
Aye.
No.
Aye.
That sounds like 3 in favor of the annexation. That seems to pass with 3 to 2. Okay. Now we move to a vote on the rezoning, the Tier 1 rezoning that we've been discussing and hearing about.
Mr. Mayor, if we could just confirm if the condition regarding affordable housing is being modified, and then council should vote to accept that modification first.
On the zoning part.
And then we would follow up with getting it in writing.
Thank you, thank you. We need lots of help working through the 2 at once, 2 into 1, and 1 and back.
Changing from 5% to 8% changes it from 33 units to 52 units. So it does increase it by about 19 units. It's a half a unit there,
So
so
it's a step in the right
it
direction.
Mr.
does
Mayor.
increase it
Okay,
from 33 to
let's hear
52.
what we hear from the applicant.
To clarify, we will voluntarily offer to do 8% of units at 100% of AMI.
Okay, and that will be followed up in writing.
We will, for purposes of amending the condition where we have 5 written for the percentage, we change that to 8 and consent to that change.
Okay. Ms. Jones, does that address our need there for clarification?
Yes, so as long as the motion incorporates that you'd be approving it with that modification.
Okay, and we're about to get a motion, I think, of some kind.
Yes.
Okay, is there a motion related to this Tier 1 rezoning?
Tier 1 rezoning up. So I move that the town council accept the planning commission's written statement regarding consistency of the zoning amendment request with adopted land use plans detailed in section 3 of the staff report as our own, and I further move that the town council adopt ordinance number 2024-529 approving rezoning CZ 2302 at the request is reasonable and in the public interest because the subject property would be more suitable for the uses permitted by the proposed district within the town of Garner versus the current districts within Wake County.
Thank you, Mr. Vance, for the motion. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Ms. Behringer. Let's have a roll call vote on this one as well.
Point of order, there's a little bit room for discussion after a motion and a second. That's the rules.
Is there a point for more discussion? Okay, I'm asking point of order.
Yes, Mr. Dillinger is correct. You can discuss that, and then once each member has an opportunity to speak on the motion, then someone could seek to close debate at that point.
Thank you for your discussion. Thanks for your motion. Thanks for your attention to the detail there. Now, we have the motion before us to approve the rezoning, and now we'll have some more discussion. Mr. Dellinger, I assume you have some discussion to make.
Yeah, just as in conversations in our Affordable Housing Task Force, this is a very complicated issue and is problematically precedent setting to accept this modification. If we're going to have the proper partners in the community and on the for-profit side to address the housing crisis in this county that we face as a town and as a community, if we want teachers to live here, we have to make sure that they have places to live. We're only talking about 5% of these units being restricted in any way whatsoever, and that restriction on 5 or 8 is not sufficient to meet that target. So I'll be voting no on this motion.
Okay, we'll come back this way. Ms. Behringer, comments or questions? After Mr. Singleton,
I agree with Mr. Dellinger.
Mr. Matthews, comments, questions?
Either you're committed to affordable housing or not.
I have something to say in reference to affordable housing, and because being in it, I have learned a tremendous amount about it. It is I agree with Mr. Dillinger, it is a difficult process to go through, and one that the town is in the early stages of grasping a definition as it relates to the town of Garner, which we have not reached yet. So in that, we are looking at how we can best do things by looking at various municipalities and what works and what doesn't work, and really what will work here possibly. So with that being said, we are in a stage where we are beginning to understand it better. I see this not necessarily as a bad precedent being set, but one which will be a point of starting and looking and see how we can do affordable housing and incorporate it into the early phases of the development process. So when developers come before us, they will know that to incorporate affordable housing into the early planning process. We are not there yet. We haven't reached that point. I hope that we are able to reach that point relatively quickly, but we are evolving and growing to understand this magnificent, huge problem that we have relative to affordable housing. So I would say that this is a start, and as we continue to refine, we will be better able to address the needs and the situation relative to workforce housing and affordable housing as we continue to evolve with our understanding.
Thank you very much. So we've had a motion and a second. We've had further discussion. With no objection,
Can I ask a point of clarification from the attorney?
yes.
Ms. Jones, here it is. On the condition number 3, when it talks about the signal warrant, they talk about submitting a site plan commercial uses. If a signal warrant analysis determines the signal is warranted and sufficient right-of-way exists, the signal should be constructed by the property owner. That applies to any time during the construction process, right? It's not specifically when they begin the commercial property use. It sounds like, it looks that way in here, that they would, because of the 25,000 square foot requirement, that they would apply for it at that time. But if it's not allowed at that time and then the 650 comes behind it, they will still be responsible by that condition, correct?
That's my interpretation of it, yes.
Yeah, I just want to make sure that there's not an easy out here on putting the signal in. I mean, if the warrant analysis, whether it's at the 25,000 or at 350 or the 650 or 650, it's still the developer's responsibility by the
Right.
condition that they.
Still the developer's responsibility. The one concern would be if there's not right-of-way, which then makes it incumbent upon either the state, NCDOT, or the town to condemn by eminent domain the necessary right-of-way to be able to effectuate it. Because it's not just the signal, as we learned from the White Oak and Bryan intersection, it's also the approaches and the laneage that you need for that signal.
So if the right-of-way is acquired by the town or the state, they're still responsible for the signal, correct?
Right.
Okay, just want to make sure that there's no other way that the signal is their responsibility. Okay,
Yes, that is an important point. Thank you.
okay.
Okay. That being said, we've had a motion and a second to approve the rezoning as presented with the amendment that came in with affordable housing. I'll call for a roll call vote. I'll start with Mr. Matthews, aye or nay?
Aye.
Mr. Singleton,
Nay.
Ms. Behringer,
Aye.
Mr. Dellinger,
No.
Mr. Vance.
Aye.
Seems that the ayes have it, that zoning is approved. That ends this portion of the program here tonight. As we're getting close to the 2-hour mark, I'm going to say, let's take a 10-minute recess, be back in here about 5 minutes till, and we can give our full attention to the next items that we have on the agenda here, all of which are very important. Deserve our attention. Thank you for your patience. Back at 5 until 8, please. Thank you for coming back in a timely manner from our recess. I hope nobody went outside to play. You only stayed in the building, paid attention to your studies. We'll get back to business here. The next item on our agenda is number 3 under new and old business, and it is a Tier 2 conditional rezoning at Homestead at Bryan Farm. And again, this is one that, at this point in the process, does not require a public hearing. We will be hearing a presentation from our Assistant Planning Director, Aaron Joseph, that we probably will hear from the applicant, I presume, and we'll take it from there.
All right, thank you, Mayor. Alrighty, so this is Homestead at Bryan Farm, CZMP 2304. This is a conditional rezoning Tier 2, so it does include a master plan layout. The applicant, Lennar Corporation, again, Tier 2 rezoning request to rezone 99.17 acres from rural agriculture to residential 8, conditional, for the development of a collective maximum of 256 dwelling units. It's down from the original 291 in the application. This includes an individual maximum of 98 townhouse units and 158 single-family detached units. Again, the brown colored highlighted text indicates that this is a change from the previous time that this case was before you. So the site is located at the west side of Hebron Church Road and north of Clifford Road. The applicant has proffered zoning conditions that restrict the range of permitted uses and has added commitments above and beyond the requirements of the Unified Development Ordinance. Again, it's currently zoned residential agriculture, which typically includes rural residential, agricultural uses, silviculture uses. It's typically found in areas outside of the town's corporate limits where water and sewer are not readily available. Currently, the site is unimproved. A majority of the site is unimproved, but there is a single-family home that's currently on the site. In this area, the zoning, there is a mix of R2, R4 conditional, and CMX zoning districts. Water and sewer are available and will connect from the adjacent Ridgemore development. So the possible uses have been narrowed down to 2 out of a potential 18. Again, the applicant has conditioned the maximum number of dwelling units to 256. Again, an individual maximum of 98 townhomes and 158 single-family detached units. They have also agreed to share in the cost of the White Oak and Bryan Road corridor improvements identified in the Walters Buffalo Development Agreement that was approved by the town in November of 2022. The developer's costs, developer's share of the improvement costs shall be calculated and consistent with the terms of the Section 6 of the development agreement. And this developer's method of contribution shall also comply with one of options identified in Section 6 of Walters Buffalo Development Agreement. And the blue text, it contains conditions that you've seen before, so I won't go through all of them with you. They have proffered garage doors, architectural standards. The garage doors shall have windows and decorative hardware. And there shall be a minimum of 2 garage window styles and 2 garage hardware styles shall be included. A minimum of 80 square feet of outdoor deck, porch, or patio will be required on all dwelling units. However, if a porch is chosen, it may be an enlargement of the porch required by the preceding condition. This condition does not require the 2 porches. So if they choose a porch, then they can do without the 80 square foot deck requirement. And then a minimum of a 5 foot by 5 foot covered front porch is required on all dwelling units, and all entry areas must include one of the following: either side lights, transom windows, craftsman style paneling, or glazing in the door. And any non-decorative front porch columns or pilasters shall be a minimum of 6 inches in dimensions, either width or depth. And the decorative columns will be variable dimensions that may be less than 6 inches in width or depth. All the windows of the dwelling units, with the exception of accent windows and bay windows, shall feature a common mutton pattern. All windows within a street-facing facade utilizing siding materials shall either be set in full trim, at least equivalent to a 1x4 board, or feature decorative sills and pediments. And all windows with elevations clad in brick or stone shall include masonry or decorative sill and lintels. And so an update to condition 21 states that the construction of the main amenity area shall commence prior to the issuance of the first certificate of occupancy for homes in Phase 1, and construction of the main amenity shall be completed within 18 months. Condition 22, that each pocket park except Pocket Park B shall contain a minimum of the following elements: benches, weigh stations, shade structure, playground, dog park, or paved walking trails. The attached dwelling units, townhomes, in a building with a pitched roof shall feature a break in the front-facing slope or roof peak, such as a gable, dormer, a chimney, cupola, etc., and a minimum of 2 breaks for buildings of 4 units or less, a minimum of 3 breaks for buildings of 5 units or more. The 2 play lawns, which will be a minimum of 10,000 square feet, and the play lawn shall be bounded loosely by landscaping and or hardscaping features, such as trees or shrubs, benches, and decorative fence sections, sidewalks, trails, or similar. And at least 1 playground shall be provided within the development. On the screen here, you have a layout of the master plan. I'll just go through. So the applicant has provided trails and connectivity. You have an expanded walk path here that leads to the amenity center and leads out to Hebron Church Road. You also have future connection here on Hebron Church Road to the Greenway, and it connects around on Clifford Road, and then you have private trails as well in purple that connect the amenities and onto the public greenways. The public greenway will traverse through this this utility easement. The master plan also shows 3 stormwater control measures. You have here on the site. And these units that are here in the purple lavender color, these are the single-family homes. And then in this area here, you have the 2 products for the townhomes. And considering the transportation, the expected average weekday trips, and this is based on 265 unit count, which is 9 units higher than the final unit counts provided. It's expected to generate 2,313 trips. No off-site improvements are recommended as needed to reflect the limited proportional impact of the added traffic generated by this proposal. And the figure shows the future 2027 build-out lane configuration, and with a requirement for a 50-foot dedicated northbound lane, turn lane on Hebron Church Road, and a new 50-foot dedicated westbound right lane on Clifford Road. Turn lanes, sometimes it's hard to see. And so staff provide an additional analysis regarding transportation and the transportation concerns. And it was determined that there is adequacy of the area future road network. Staff analyzed this at a high level during previous comprehensive plan work and was noted to support a medium density residential development of 2.5 to 5 dwelling units per acre. Also, the ITE trip estimates were tested and found to be consistent with locally available data. And the analysis focused on build out of dwelling units either on Hebron Church Road or New Bethel Church Roads. Ackerman and Bryans were not studied at this time. So overall, for capacity for over 6,000 more trips, and this figure was provided pre-Bethel Green, which drops remaining capacity to 4,000 trips. And build out south of Clifford and Guy Road should work so long as densities do not exceed the current average. When the request was analyzed with our comprehensive land use plan, the framework consistency, there were 17 growth framework criteria that were evaluated. The final results include 13 strongly consistent, 1 modestly consistent, and 1 split consistency. And there were no modestly inconsistent ratings given. The 2 strongly inconsistent ratings were due to the front-loaded townhouses and the form of small lot single-family detached houses. When evaluating against the land use and community character consistency, 26 criteria were evaluated and found to be applicable. The final results include 6 strongly consistent, 15 modestly consistent, 3 split. The 2 strong inconsistencies were due to the lack of Green Street solutions, lack of home choice for those in plan targeted demographics. During the Planning Commission's meeting in August, there were questions and comments. There were questions regarding a condition regarding the location of the 80 square foot deck. There was clarification regarding the breakdown of the maximal total units. A question regarding the size of the single family lots and why it was rated inconsistent. There was a question regarding the drainage of the existing pond, and there was appreciation given for the renderings of the pocket parks that were provided by the applicant. There was a comment to add an additional dog park with parking located at that dog park. There was a question regarding on-street parking. Also, the number of units shown on the master plan versus the maximum unit count in the condition. So there was a question about, the clarifying that. Question regarding the neighborhood feedback. Would the existing house be incorporated into the new neighborhood? There were questions regarding access points, where the greenway connects to and leads to. And a question about the street widths and the sufficiency of the parking. And the inclusion of affordable housing. A question was raised about that. And a comment recommending the removal of vinyl trim and decorative details, and that was condition number 20. And there was a comment recommending to add more windows to help increase natural lighting. So the Planning Commission did adopt a consistency statement, and they determined that the plan is consistent with the town's adopted land use plans. The motion was presented with an amendment, a friendly amendment that was proposed by one of the commission members to change the unit counts to align with the unit counts listed on the master plan. And so that amendment was reflected in their motion to recommend approval with that addition of the condition, the modification of the condition. And so their vote was a unanimous vote. I won't go through the 6 reasonable statements. Are you all well acquainted with those? And you also have draft motions in your agenda packet. You can see page 111 for that, to determine if the request is consistent or reasonable, or to find consistent and unreasonable with a decision of denial. Again, the applicant is here this evening, and I will be just on standby if you have any questions for me.
Okay, thank you very much. Very informative. And I think at this point, since we're just doing the one at a time instead of 2 at a time like previous, we can revert to our usual process of seeing if council members have questions for staff before we hear from the applicant with another round of questions. That being said, I'll start with Mr. Vance's end down here. Questions or comments for staff?
No questions at this time.
Mr. Bellinger?
Just a point of clarification on the lot size issues or questions that came up in inconsistency. What is the inconsistency?
Well, in our comprehensive plan, when we look at housing types, so a lot that is less than a quarter acre is identified and recommended to have a smaller house, potentially with a detached garage, rear-loaded detached garage. So these lots are less than the quarter-acre lot, but they have front-loaded garages. So they don't. The housing type doesn't match the lot size recommended.
Is that a function of the R8 zoning versus the R4?
No, it's really from the comprehensive land use plan. So the R8 district is, recommended in a neighborhood typology, and so all of those potential housing types are appropriate. However, the comprehensive plan really looks at the size of the lot and the type of house that should sit on that lot.
Thank you.
Okay, Ms. Behringer? Mr. Singleton?
I have some questions for the applicant. I ask.
Okay, Mr. Matthews? Nothing. Okay, thank you very much. And I think this would be the point at which we would like to hear from the applicant.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor and members of council. Again, Collier Marsh with Parker Poe at 301 Fayetteville Street. Here on behalf of the applicant, we've got a deep bench with us tonight. We have Tucker Ennis and Stephen Dorn with Lennar. We have Nick Williams and Williamson, Nate Boquin, Jesse Hardesty, all with McAdams. So ready to answer any questions that you have tonight. I'm going to hand up some conditions, based on recent council feedback, we coordinated with staff on some revisions, which I will cover in our presentation, and I'll bring these up to Ms. Jones. So Ms. Jones will be passing around clean versions of new proposed conditions as well as a red line. I'd ask you to withhold your excitement and wait till I get to that point in the presentation because I will cover it in some detail. I just want to make sure that you have the document to look at when I do tell you about the changes that have been made. This is the Homestead at Bryan Farm rezoning. And we've covered the site and surrounding area already through staff presentation and prior discussions. I'll note just one clarification from the staff report. There are recommended traffic improvements, off-site improvements with this project, which is a signal at both ends of Clifford Road. So one at our intersection with Human Church Road, and then one at the opposite end of Clifford Road as well. So those are part of it and would have a meaningful impact. Comprehensive plan consistency, that's an important thing I just want to cover for everybody because this project came at a unique time for the town. We had gone through, I think, 3 rounds of staff review under the old comprehensive plan and had checked it. What we felt were all the comprehensive plan boxes preparing for our first council public hearing. The town's new comprehensive plan went into effect, and about 2 weeks before the public hearing, we got a new set of comments under the new comprehensive plan, and we learned that there are different ways of looking at projects like this. So if council recalls, we came to our first council public hearing on May 7th, and it was with the understanding that with the new changed comprehensive plan, we were going to need to make some revisions, and so we just wanted to gather feedback from the council. Maybe I'll give you all a second if you want to thumb through those. Again, what you have should be a clean and a red line version. The only changes will be the last 3 conditions in those documents are new conditions. So in one version, you'll have it in red to make it crystal clear. And in one version, it's clean just so that, upon acceptance, we would have a clean version. Those generally relate to a pedestrian connection that we've clarified, as well as a commitment to have first floor bedrooms and full bathrooms on the vast majority of the homes in this development. So relatively, I think, simple additions, but impactful additions.
I don't have a clean version and a red line version. I've got a red line version and a clean version.
That's what I've got.
One of each.
You've got one of each.
Yeah, very last page.
I know,
Yeah.
I've got one.
Yeah,
Who's gonna have
one of each.
So for clarification, the red line version adds conditions 30, 31, and 32.
So we are to look at these as the submitted conditions and ignore everything that was in our packet. Is that correct?
The only addition is the 3 at the end.
I'm asking the attorney.
That's the answer.
We're to look at this and ignore what was in our, we are to look at this and ignore what was in our packet.
Yes, you can vote whether you want to accept the new conditions. My understanding is, except for correction that will be made by Mr. Marsh, that these are the same conditions as in the staff report, except for the addition of the 3.
And a correction.
And a correction to number 2.
Are we going to have time to read these conditions?
Again, there's plenty of time because the changes are extremely narrow.
I'll read everything. So I don't know that they're the same or not because I haven't had a chance to read them.
So I'm going to continue with the presentation, if that helps, because I know we want to get through a lot of the details here. I was trying to cover that this project came at a juncture where the comprehensive plan changed. Lennar had prepared a project that we felt was consistent with the prior comprehensive plan. When we were reviewed under the new comprehensive plan, we had new comments, and we realized, hey, we're going to have some work to do. So when we first met with council back on May 7th, we said, we have a project as is. We know we need to make changes, but before we make changes just based on the new comprehensive plan, we want to hear council's feedback so that we can make wholesale changes to address everything in one big swoop, because they were going to be really impactful, financially impactful, and really a redesign of large portions of the site. So ultimately, we visited council and got meaningful feedback, and we've worked to be consistent with the new comprehensive plan. Again, it calls for a neighborhood, calls for an area to strengthen. I think what that means is we're looking for a mixture of housing types, but generally compatible and similar to what we see in the surrounding area. But when we came to you on May 7th, what we presented was a townhome dominant project. That was kind of the fundamentals that this project was built upon when we made decisions on infrastructure costs, on open space, and all of the kind of details that really factor into the cost of the developer project. It was under the assumption that we were going to have a large percentage of townhomes and about 45-ish more units than we have today. And so that's what we brought to council. And we heard a number of things at the first council hearing. There are a number of concerns in a number of different directions we could have gone. We heard comments that the townhomes are really just too many. And so I recall Mr. Vance saying that with townhomes at that point in time, could we get the ratio closer to 40% townhomes? We also had comments, hey, could we consider commercial development with this project, and what would that look like? So there are also kind of nuanced comments about the details of the project. We also assured council at that point in time that we were going to make really big changes to our architectural conditions to meet that high bar that's been set. But we also are going to learn from lessons from other projects where we're not going to have that uniformity and that cookie cutter. Everything looks exactly the same. We want to have some variation, some diversity. So when we met with council, we absorbed feedback on preferences. I think we met with some of you. We did not meet with all of you, but we kind of took the summary of the comments that we made, that were made, and made some decisions on the project. Because frankly, some of the big picture comments result in different outcomes here. So if we are to pursue commercial on this site, the outcome would be for it to be financially feasible for us, we were going to have to keep a lot more of the townhomes. That ratio is not going to be able to change as much because we would need to keep our unit count as high as possible. The way that we were able to do that to finance the project is townhomes. We felt that the overwhelming concern and the biggest issue to address was the density, because it was tied to traffic, it was the mixture of unit types, and it was the quality of homes. And so to do that, we made a conscious decision to make a major change to have a single-family detached dominated community. That meant it would have to be at the expense of some of the other comments that came up, but there's always a give and take here. So it was at the expense of providing commercial because we wouldn't be able to do it if we made that switch to single-family detached. When we had an expectation to have a certain number of residential units and we drop it by such a substantial amount, the numbers stopped working pretty quickly. So this was a really big change. Also note just on the commercial component, when you look at the site, if it has a location to go, it's going to go right where we're trying to preserve that existing old farmhouse. So it doesn't make sense on this particular site. So that factored into our decision. But we did consider it as a team and determined that we thought this addressed the balance of the comments in the best way possible. So we have presented an updated concept plan that you see here. And this is the one for consideration. Now, there's one point of clarification that Ms. Jones pointed out. My conditions that are submitted to you say 260 total units and 102 townhomes. The correct number is 256 total units and 98 townhomes. That was due to a bit of a miscommunication between us and staff. The staff report is accurate. Those versions that you have is inaccurate. So there's not an additional 4 townhomes.
Mr. Mayor, I want to pause.
Let's let him finish his presentation, then we'll come back and ask questions. We'll come back and ask questions one at a time, please. Thank you. Make your notes. We'll come back for the questions. Let's let him finish his presentation.
So there was a miscommunication with staff. It was brought to our attention today, and so it's a correction that unfortunately we need to make on the fly, but we're prepared to do it. The result is 4 less units than we had anticipated, but we're comfortable making that. So we've gone from our 70% townhome dominated project to actually 39% townhome. So it's a big switch. The financials are totally different. But what also happened at that point in time is Lennar had to look internally and say, guys, how are we going to make this project work if we're losing that density? If you think about a project like this, there are a couple of factors that go into it. What's our land development cost? That counts for all the grading, all the roads. What's our infrastructure costs? Those all get added up, and then you look at how many units do we need to get to make this all work? When you start taking units away, that equation gets out of whack. And so one of the considerations in going into it is, well, how can we up our product type to get more revenue on a per unit basis? And so that's actually accomplished in this latest change. So not only do we up architectural commitments, we've gone to different product types than we were originally envisioning. So it may not stand out when you first look at this, but there are two townhome product types that are in the current plan. There is a 22-foot wide unit and there's a 28-foot wide unit. Previously, we had a 22-foot wide and a 26-foot wide unit. The change from 26 to 28 is not insignificant. That is going to the largest possible townhome product offering that Lennar has. I think the way that Stephen with Lennar described it, these truly are, they're attached single-family homes. They are big like single-family homes. They're technically townhomes, but they're large. 28-foot is a different model altogether. So it really pushes it up market from where we previously envisioned. The other change that's reflected and it's incorporated in this plan and in the new conditions we have is, when we looked at the product types, we've been encouraged to obviously go higher, but also allow the ability for other demographics to live in these units. And so I think one of our inconsistencies is that we missed that, but upon further discussion, we're not missing that. So every single-family detached house on this plan will have a downstairs bedroom with a full bathroom suite. Now, they're not all the primary suite, but we're talking about a difference of a couple square feet across the board. There is an option within that single-family detached home, and we've got product types. I can give you the details. The Sterling is the model here. So we're talking about the Sterling single-family detached home that Lennar is envisioning. So it's top of the line for this type of product. You have the option there's multiple floor plans. You can get a first floor primary suite with that. So that will be made available to customers, and so they can select that. And the number ultimately is based on the take rate of our customers. So that is a possibility with these units, but every single one will have at the very least a full first floor bedroom and full bathroom. The exact same as for that 28-foot wide townhome unit. So that's why that unit is so different and so significant. That wider unit allows you to actually have in every single one of the 28-foot units, you will have a first floor bedroom with a full bathroom. So those are two new conditions we've added, is that you're guaranteed for, 158 plus 55. So doing the math here, 213 units will have first floor bedrooms with full baths attached. And there'll also be an option to have full primary suite. So that's a change we understand is important. It may not meet the eye here so clearly, but that's been made. We also worked with town staff to really reconfigure the pedestrian network and the greenway trails in this project through the redesign. And so I think we sat through more than one meeting with Jeff and Aaron, just kind of with a pencil, and Jesse was drawing, Jeff was giving comments, we were hitting points and talking about challenges, and redrew the greenway network with this site with input with town staff. And so I'll flip quickly. It may not stand out to you, but through the greenway easement, it stands out to me, and there are other areas where it is a totally different network. I'll explain how we're making a number of connections in the future in a future slide, but we are connecting to all of the critical points in and around the immediate vicinity of this site. So this slide just summarizes some of the changes and updates that we've made. So that density, I should say, reduced by 54 units from 310 to 256. That's my mistake, but staff had it correct in their report. So we have lost a total of permitted units of 54 units. And the comment at Planning Commission, if you recall, there's kind of a wishy-washiness where we were trying to see, if something changed at site plan, could we pick up a few units here or there? We just eliminated that flexibility, and what's shown on the plans is what you're going to get. That townhome ratio to single-family ratio was flipped exactly how it was asked of us. We have enhanced and architectural conditions, and if there are any comments, discussion points on those, we're open to hear them, but based on my experience in working with town staff, I think we've checked all the boxes that should be expected of a project like this to ensure that we're pushing it up market. I talked about the enhanced greenway and sidewalk network, which I'll show in a moment. We also worked on our open space and amenity commitments. So this just shows the red line, and Aaron already went through that, so I'll spare you going through it again. But we have clarified our contributions. This is one of the projects that will contribute to the White Oak Road and Bryan Road corridor improvements. Again, just showing the extent of changes here. It was a pretty significant red line. So this slide here is meant to illustrate just the overall open space of the site. I think there's far more open space than we're taking credit for here, but there's plenty of passive open space. We do appreciate the importance also of active open space, and I'll highlight that in just a moment. But before I get to that, I just want to talk about how our greenway network and our pedestrian network connects to the surrounding area. So we went through today and figured out exactly how walkable this neighborhood is. In total, we have about 4.8 miles of ways to walk around this neighborhood that we're building. So we have 3.6 miles of sidewalk and side path of varying widths, and we've got about 1.2 miles of public greenway and private trails. So this is extremely walkable, and those connections are highlighted here. You can see the green is public greenway, the purple is private trail that looks and feels similar to greenway. There's also wider sidewalks that are more of that multi-use path style. And so our connections here do tie into the appropriate location. So we've got Greenway connecting to the north to follow the path called for in the town's Greenway plan. That will also align to make a Greenway connection to the Greenway to the south of the site. So we've got the elementary school to the northwest, and there is a pedestrian network to get there. Actually, in the Ridgemore community immediately to the north, the school system has accepted a connection to go, and I want to make sure this came from Jeff, from Ridgemore into the school. So we understand that they won't approve a second connection, so our means of access will be through our sidewalk network. We'll have a direct connection to that trail. So it will be possible for this neighborhood, as well as the neighborhood immediately to the north, to have a direct pedestrian connection to the elementary school to the northwest. Looking to the high school to the southeast, that is the third of the new conditions there. We do have, the future greenway links. We will have a signalized intersection, Clifford Road there. So you will have a crossing there. What we put in as well is where our driveway onto Clifford Road, it aligns with the driveway to the high school. We put a condition that said that we will add a crosswalk in that location if it's approved by DOT. So it's one of those things where we, unfortunately, Ms. Behringer, we have to DOT has to let us do it. But if it is, we will make that connection, so we have yet another direct connection. So we've accomplished our connections to the northwest. We have two possible ways to get south to the high school. The last is connecting to the future town park to the east. And so there are a number of ways that we've done this. We have a multi-use path running along the southern border along Clifford Road that continues up our frontage along Hebron Church Road. So when we build that signalized intersection, we will have a safe pedestrian crossing to go across Hebron Church Road to be able to go up to the park.
Then what you're showing here is the signalized intersection that you just spoke of, going directly across to the driveway into the school. That's going to be a signalized intersection?
No, the signalized intersection is the intersection of Clifford and Hebron Church. So bottom right corner.
Okay.
Yeah.
You were talking about that, and I just wanted to clarify because I didn't think I didn't think it was going to signal.
Yeah, no, just two pedestrian crossings. So when I talked about that driveway alignment, that was for another means.
Right.
So to get to the church, there are a couple of private developments and church development, to the park development that will complete the frontage there. So we have our means to get across and then go to the church. We also have a punch through where we created a separation in our homes, kind of at the top right of the plan, where you've got private trail that takes you right to the multi-use path. And then that aligns with the future, at least as we have seen the designs, park entrance. So if DOT would allow in the future with submitted plans a crossing there, our sidewalk and our connections line right to go right across. So it's something that I think will have to involve more planning in the future as to how that connection could be made. But our project is set up so that it all fits and works properly. So we've tried to address every possible connection and enhance the pedestrian network in every way that we're able to, and I think we have achieved that. Mr. Singleton, we know how important active open spaces are, and so I think we shared this with you at a prior hearing, but we did look at what actually can fit in our open spaces, and not that they're throwaway spaces, but that they're actually usable. And so we'll zoom in a little bit here, kind of the left-hand side of the project. We've got two pocket parks here, but the one pocket park A, about 0.7 acres, we put in a U10 soccer field there, inset into it just to show that that is a large enough open space for kids to actually use it. We tried to limit, excessive programming so that you do have an open space. The trees are illustrative, but it would be usable. The dog park location, I think I joked in the last hearing, unfortunately that may go in the power line easement, but that's been done with success in projects in the past. We'll keep our kids out of the power lines, and we'll put our dogs in moderate jeopardy there. Moving to the other side of the development, we do have additional pocket parks. Pocket Park E, again, we're just illustrating the size of it, that it actually could fit a field, a usable soccer field there, U10 for reference. Again, 0.8 acres, it's significant. It also would be landscaped and bordered so that it doesn't look like just kind of flowing into backyards and some undefined space, but it will have meaningful borders and will be, coherent so you know you're in a defined area. Just wanted to also highlight the main amenity here to show not only the scale, but it does have a series of multi-use paths and pedestrian connections to connect throughout. So it's not just sticking it there, but it's walkable from all the different sections of the community. And then this shows the main amenity as well. So this is a rendering done for this project that shows the different components. So you'll have a good-sized swimming pool, clubhouse, and playground all in a central location. Again, showing some of our product types here as well. I do want to emphasize that we have pushed these up. We looked at other markets for precedent to ensure that these are high-value products. We're cognizant of the town's cost of services analysis and what the town's break-even point is. Our townhomes are well beyond that, as are our single family. And we looked to other markets for what good comparables for these product types are. I think, there's some internal discussion looking at the markets where Lennar's had the most success selling homes and the highest values. And as we look to the future, they do see Garner as kind of the top of the market with the growth that they're experiencing. And so we're betting on it a bit with the product types that we're offering here, that we're going to be able to go up market quite a bit, and we've committed to that. And then the last piece of it is that historic home on the property that is being preserved with this. It's caused a couple of headaches along the way, but the way that it gets incorporated is that it's part of the HOA, and so it's not required to be maintained to meet all the typical home ownership requirements, so that you're not keeping the house and letting it fall into disrepair, you're mowing the lawns, you're doing all these things. It's exempt from the new architecture requirements, though, so that it can look and feel just as it is today. So there's plenty more that we can talk about, and I know there are a lot of questions about this project, so I'll pause there and make sure I've answered them satisfactorily and answer any new ones.
Okay, thank you very much. Let's start with Mr. Matthews
me.
with some questions.
Mr. Mayor, if I can just clarify, we've looked at what's been proposed as the conditions. They do not match what is in the packet in the ordinance. All of the conditions are there, but they have been reordered with the exemption of in your clean copy, there is, number 27 is not in the ordinance in your package, as well as 30, 31, and 32. But we have confirmed that all of the conditions, they're just in different number order. And some have some slightly different text language. So we would need clarification from the applicant as to whether they're submitting all of them new or the additional 4.
So except for the three additions and the correction to the one, those have been submitted to the town. And we were asked in a prior review to reorder and include those, which was done, and that's what's reflected. So I'm a little confused on that component of the change, but these have been previously submitted. What I will say is, and if there are concerns with the additions, I'm happy to address them. The only changes that have been made, so I recall that inflection point where we just had a numerical list and we're asked to create kind of some order. You've got architectural things, and so we reorganized them so it's clear architecture were in one section, open space were in another. If there are any additions that there are concerns about, I'd say that we were only adding things based on feedback. So if there's one we need to discuss, I'm happy to listen to it.
I'd like to hear from our planning staff and/or our attorney one more time about what's different or what's the same from the older one to the new one.
So in the comparison of what was submitted tonight, the conditions are arranged differently. They are all essentially covered in what's in your packet, both in the proposal and in the proposed ordinance to be adopted, with the exception of what's in tonight's submitted version as 27, which has to do with there may be a minimum 2-foot front facade and 2-foot rear facade offset after every 2 units within a townhouse building. That does not appear in the ordinance in your packet. So that would be considered a new one. And then the crosswalk and then the first floor bedroom, those 2 conditions would also be new. So they're 30, 31, and 32.
Okay. Ms. Joseph, Mr. Triesenberg, does that kind of jive with your understanding of what's going on?
Don't recall asking them to be renumbered or reordered. We typically just copy and paste what is provided. So this is our first time seeing the renumbering of the conditions.
So you're saying there's a reordering plus there are 3 or 4 new conditions in the revised?
Right, we haven't seen those 3 new conditions. There's one that, when we compare what we have, that's not in the staff report that we have. So we don't know if that was an omission or why that one particular one isn't listed in what we have. But, so they're all roughly the same except for the additional 3. And then there's the one that, may be a discrepancy. I'm not sure why that one isn't in there. But as far as the numbering and reordering, I don't recall that conversation happening, about reordering the numbering of it.
But I'm just trying to understand the change between the existing one that we had before that went before Planning Commission or came out of Planning Commission, I guess you might say. And then the one that we have before us now, it has 3 red additional conditions on the bottom. Those 3 red ones are the additional added conditions.
Correct. Mm-hmm. So the 3 additional, those would not have gone to the Planning Commission.
Correct, but the ones before that they've just been reordered.
Right.
Okay, is that getting to some of your question, Mr. Dellinger, or some of your concern?
Yeah.
Okay, it's not all new, it's three new.
And if I could
But
just,
my point is, council should have the opportunity, since we're the one making the vote, to read ourselves all of the conditions.
And when did we get all of the conditions minus the 3? When
I
did?
tried to read, I knew right away there was an inconsistency. If he said there's 1 error, I see 2 or 3, and then there are numbering changes. So I'm not sure the extent of how accurate the conditions are to the ones we have. And I trust staff, but this has all happened in 10 minutes, trying to make sure that the conditions that we were given last week as part of our agenda packet match what we have before us right now.
if I could simplify, I'm not sure where the disconnect happened here, but what you have here, the difference that you have, we added 3 new conditions. At a point past in the process, we did reorganize that. I apologize if there's a miscommunication. I believe those were submitted. The other thing that just came up was this condition 27, which I believe was submitted prior to Planning Commission, but the impact of which is that all that was just one more architectural commitment to ensure that we had offsets within our buildings. So the only thing that you're considering are enhanced conditions beyond what the planning board considered and still voted unanimously.
Condition 27 in the old version or the one we got?
So in the version here, I believe they said that they hadn't seen 27. That was submitted prior to Planning Commission. Again, I don't know where the disconnect is, but if you want to assume that Planning Commission didn't consider it, then there's yet another condition that only enhances the project. So the net effect of what we're kind of getting distracted on something that's a net benefit for the project. What we're talking about now is that we've made positive improvements to the conditions and your staff has reviewed it and verified that those are the changes.
Okay, Ms. Joseph, does that pretty well jive with your understanding what Mr. Marsh just said?
Yes, it does. And again, condition 27, I'll have to go back and look if it was included with Planning Commission or not. I think it could potentially be an omission and it was somehow got missed, or if it's new. So I would, just verify that. And yeah, I apologize for any miscommunication if, about the numbering or anything like that, but yeah, don't recall.
Okay, thank you
But
for.
for the most part, yes, I agree with
Okay.
what's being stated. These conditions are what were presented to Planning Commission, less the 3 that were added most recently before you this evening.
Okay, thank you, very helpful. And thank you, Ms. Jones, for pointing that out. Any further comments on the original submission that we saw 4 or 5 work days ago versus the one that we have now?
Mayor, members of council, may I suggest, because there seems to be a lot of confusion and not a lot of opportunity to verify and double check the conditions that were included in the packet that have since been provided. And there seems to be some language changes on some of the conditions, and it's only appropriate for staff to have some more time to review these things, to give recommendations to council. So my recommendation to council this evening would be to continue this discussion to a future meeting, to give staff time to work with Mr. Marsh and the development team to just verify everything, to make sure it's correct, so that when this comes back before council, we know that we have all the correct information that's being presented to council for consideration.
Very, very good input. Thank you. That does address some of our concerns and last-minute changes. Would it be appropriate for me to ask council for a motion at this point? Is there a motion to be made?
But if we have questions for Mr. Marsh, that can be answered tonight. Can we ask those questions? Can the council have the chance to ask? It's not about the conditions. I have a couple about the site plan, just a couple of clarifications.
Well, let me just, for the sake of efficiency here, if there's going to be a motion, if there turns out to be a motion and a second, and a majority votes to continue this, then that would give us ample time to address many more details, including perhaps the details. If we don't continue it, then certainly we'll ask more questions.
But, I mean, he's right here, and I can ask the questions, and we can have this done in about a minute.
Is that what I'm hearing from our town manager?
Mayor, I would suggest that if council has any questions about the project, since the development team is here, to go ahead and ask those questions for clarification. But specifically on the issue of the conditions would be the area where more work needs to be done and more review that would warrant continuing this discussion to a future meeting.
Okay. So whether we get a motion or not, there is, you think perhaps Mr. Singleton is suggesting we get a few more details clarified tonight, whether we continue it or not.
I believe that would be helpful for council, just for clarification on the project itself.
Okay, thank you. And I think we were getting ready to ask for questions from the council. So we'll get back to that point in the process. And Mr. Singleton's already got one on the tip of his tongue. Let's start with him. He's got questions on the tip of his tongue.
Yes. On the plan we have, you show the entrance of Clifford and Hebron Church, and then in the northwest corner, you connect to that subdivision up there. On here, it says the other connection, says road connection not required if nationwide permit is required. Can you explain that?
Where you're referring on the note?
Right there.
So that would be, I guess, it would be an additional connection. So there's,
Yeah.
so we have 4 shown, 1 on Hebron Church, 1 in Clifford, 1 on the northwest corner, 1 to the, I guess, the single family section of Bridgeport, and 1, I guess you're identifying as the northeast connection to Ridgemore. It's not something that's come up in prior discussions, not something I've focused on, but what I'll tell you is what that indicates to me is that there's potential for substantial environmental permitting and pushback on a crossing of the streams up there.
Correct.
If that was the case, and it required a different type of permitting, that we would not have that connection, we would only have 3 of the 4.
Okay, when we come back, can you make sure you can clarify that one? And on the question I saw on your site key, the single-family dwelling lots, I believe the average or the sizes are 45 by 130?
I believe that's correct.
I just want to make sure. I know the ones in the cul-de-sac are different. But the rest of them all look to be of a similar size. They are 45 wide and 130 deep. That's correct, based on that key?
That's
on the
correct.
single-family detached? Okay, just wanted to confirm those numbers since we're changing since everything's kind of shifted. I just want to make sure those numbers were correct. Thank you.
Okay, and we'll continue with a round of clarifying questions before we go back to the motion. If we can get some more details. Mr. Matthews, other questions?
If we continue this, how quickly it come back to us so things just don't start getting backed up in the pipeline? I know got a lot of stuff coming. How quickly?
I think it could be continued to the next meeting, which would be the 22nd, if I'm correct.
I would agree. I would agree.
To what day again?
The 22nd, the next meeting,
22nd.
the October 22nd meeting.
2 weeks from tonight.
Okay, clarifying questions, further clarifying questions at this point, Ms. Behringer, Mr. Dellinger.
Yes, sir. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. What is the anticipated average tax value for the single-family homes?
Yeah, so I guess average tax value is a good question. So we tried to look at a number of different ways to look at the value of these homes. And so, finding a perfect comp is a challenge, but we've got a number of different projects to pull from. When we looked at the different product types that we're offering, the townhome ranges, again, you've got a 22 and a 28. So those are, quite different products, but they range from the low 4s up to the mid 5s.
On tax value?
Well, tax value.
Tax value is my question.
Well, you'd have to ask the Wake County assessor how he's going to assess it, but typically I do a substantial amount of tax appeal work. They're going to look to sales to set the market. And so they're going to look at the average home sale within this neighborhood to figure out how they want to assess these homes.
So you don't have an estimate for the average tax value for the
Well,
single family?
I'd say that the sales price would be the best evidence of the average tax value.
I mention it because the cost of services is based on tax value, not sale price. And so you made some comments during Planning Commission with regards to the sale price and the cost of service analysis that was done, but you didn't present any numbers to Planning Commission. I'm hoping when you come back, you can present some of those numbers to us to see that this actually works from a fiscal sustainability standpoint. That's just sort of my, hopefully you can come back with that information because it's helpful for the
I
analysis.
have that information available. It's just to tell you a little bit more about myself. So I do land use work, but the other half of my practice is property tax. And I'd say that I have the largest property tax practice in the state of North Carolina. So I know exactly how these things are going to be assessed in the future. And we're going to look at sales prices.
That's excellent. So you can bring back in 2 weeks an assessment of what you think the average single-family home tax value will be and the townhomes, and that we can then crunch some numbers for a cost of service analysis.
I can tell you that tonight. I can tell you a range. So again, based on our experience, now we're going to project years in the future. But what we're seeing in current market conditions are townhomes within this range, 4s to mid 5s. So we're projecting 2 years out. The hope is that that's going to be greater, but that's what we're seeing. Then the single family detached, there's not great comps out here because this product has been offered in the kind of markets a little further away. We're pushing the product here, but we're expecting mid 5s to mid 6s and potentially upwards depending on options chosen. So we recognize the
sale price. You said sale price in mid 5s and 6s.
Yeah, 6s is what we looked at. So we researched this in a bit of detail. I think on the Planning Commission kind of gave some off the cuff responses. And so we went back and kind of looked at a bunch of different comps. We're still, what I'm telling you, let me give an asterisk here. We can't predict exactly what's going to happen with this market in 2 years. So we're looking at the best options and the best evidence from other projects that Lennar's had. But we do know that the town's break-even point from the recent cost of services analysis is $266,000. So what we're looking at here is a couple factors above for each of these units. And so that's what we've tried to prioritize, is seeing if we can amplify that here.
So the cost of services, is that based off of 4 or 5 year figures as well? Or is that based on present day against these numbers?
It's based off of the report that was provided to council this summer.
So they're not updated to when they would come online and generate tax revenue. They're based in 2024. So those, you have time to work on
And the
it.
numbers I gave you were today's numbers. So I think it's the best available evidence that we have.
The reason it's important is because there is no offering of any type of workforce or affordable housing in this project. And the model proposed to Planning Commission was one by which you sell incredibly expensive homes and somehow that is able to translate into money for the town to do workforce and affordable housing, which is not a model I've ever seen for a municipality other than a small town that does a fee in lieu. So that's going to be the basis for some conversation on workforce and affordable housing and its omission, and a model I've not seen in my research that has been applied anywhere to advancing that. So I look forward to that information.
Thank you. Mr. Vance?
Well, yes, Mr. Collier and to the Lanier Group, I've tried diligently to go through the commitments and trying to compare what's in our packet And I think it's only fair that we have the opportunity and our staff to have an opportunity to continue this meeting until October 22nd, so we can get clarity here, because I was trying to match and I was having problems trying to match it right now. Okay? That's what I have.
Is that a motion, sir?
It was not, but I can make one.
It sounds like,
Okay. Are we ready for the motion, sir?
I'm kind of getting the feeling, well, number one, it's very rare, if ever, that I would not do what our town manager suggests. And so, number one, I'm hearing a strong suggestion, and number two, I'm sensing from council's questions that it would be helpful to have 2 more weeks to address these very specific questions, clarifying the change in the conditions and the projected tax assessed value of these. So I'm going to go ahead and ask, does someone want to make a motion?
So move.
Second.
That's a motion from Mr. Vance to continue this to 2 weeks from tonight, regular meeting. That's seconded by Mr. Matthews. And I'll just call for a voice vote on that. All in favor of continuing, please signify by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed by nay? Hearing none, the decision of the council is to continue this for 2 weeks. We can clarify some of those details. I know this is a long process, but this is an extremely important and extremely impactful project. So 2 weeks, we'll be back. The sooner you can get the more information to us, the longer we have to look at it and ask other questions. So thank you for your details.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Marsh, just a moment of levity, if I can inject here. Condition number 19 has got to be the condition of the night. Any cantilever projections will have cosmetic brackets or shell supports directly underneath them. I've been doing this a long time. I don't know if I've ever read that condition. That's the, if the projections will have cosmetic brackets. I mean, I read that. First I thought it said cosmic brackets. I was like, I've done this a long time and never read a condition like that. But anyway,
Aesthetically pleasing.
I know what it is.
We'll
Aesthetically
get you
pleasing,
connected
yes.
to the
but-
sales folks. It sounds like it's working.
I
so.
know that y'all deal with this stuff all the time, and you read these conditions like, boy, that's a good one there. Had to, just a moment of levity for us to enjoy.
Appreciate it. Thank you.
Yes.
I
Thank
gotta
you.
see one of them.
Thank you. Okay, so thank you all for your attention and your input on that extremely important one. That moves us along to the next item, which is the Lake Benson Master Plan update. Our presenter is our favorite Parks and Rec and Cultural Resources Director, Maria Munoz Blanco. If you'll please kick this off for us, we're always excited to hear what's going on at our favorite park.
I think I'm your favorite because I'm the only one you have. But I'll take it.
I mean, through the whole world, you're showing a
Okay, I'll
favorite.
take it. All right, let me figure this one out. Slideshow. All right. So good evening, Mayor, Council members. Tonight's presentation is coming to you just as a reminder, because as we were developing the South Garner Greenway along the Buffalo Road alignment, we learned, or we came to the realization that the only way for that to work is to think about relocating the boathouse. As you know, it's a very tight space, and the only way we could sort of have a safe Greenway corridor is to think about an alternate location for the boathouse. So we were charged to study the feasibility of moving the boathouse to Lake Benson Park, and part of that study was to look at the impact such a new amenity would have on the park, which, as you know, it's probably the most beloved, most well-used, most active park that we have in our system. So tonight, we bring you early concepts of what could be an update to the park's master plan. And our goal tonight is really to obtain your feedback, get your guidance regarding the options, really get your thinking as to the direction that this could take. These are early concepts, so again, there's a lot of time and a lot of room to really tweak and make sure that we come up with a plan that looks forward to the future of the park, that continues to be the signature park for our growing park system. We have here tonight with us the design team. We've been working with Withers Ravenel for about a year, give or take. We have Kaylee Gill, who's our lead designer, and John Blasco, who is project manager. Now, council knows this, so I'm not really going to go through this slide in a lot of detail. It's a little bit of history, but it's really for those who might be watching tonight. A bit of history on the slide, and the top image that you see is what we believe is the original master plan for the park. And then the bottom image is obviously the current area of how the park has evolved over the years. So I mentioned this in my introduction, but again, we're undertaking this update. Why now? You may be wondering. Because of the need to relocate the boathouse due to the development of our long-awaited greenway along Buffalo Road. This park is also in the critical area of the Lake Benson watershed, so anything that we do to this park, it's going to have an impact on the nature sort of environment, and the natural environment, and also we will have some serious stormwater considerations because this is on the Lake Benson overlay. We don't have funding allocated for this. And one of the reasons why we also want to think about updating the master plan is that if we want to pursue any funding outside of town funding, we would need to leverage that. And we would have to figure out how to have a current master plan that's typically a requirement of most of the state park funding that's available to us. We also need to sort of be thinking about, the park is 25, give or take, years old. And as we look at maintenance projects, we want to make sure that we are thoughtfully addressing those and be guided by the master plan. We presented the concepts earlier to the PRCR Advisory Committee, got a lot of their feedback, and we'll be incorporating that also. We also gave some guidance to the design team. This was sort of staff guidance. And I'm not going to read all of them, but I think you will sort of get a sense that we really wanted to make sure that the signature character of this park is maintained. This is a passive park. We, as a staff, did not think this would be a location to add athletic fields, to add pickleball courts. Really want to keep the nature of the park as is, identify the optimal location to the future boathouse, and we also pointed out a couple of things that are simply non-negotiable. One is no changes to the Veterans Memorial. That is one of the most important parts of the park, except for, Mr. Matthews, a permanent rerouting of the walking path to really sort of be more respectful of the meditative way of the memorial. And then we also want to make sure that our most favorite event, July 3rd, Garden Independence Day, continues to be held at the park. So with that, I'm going to pass it on to Kylie, who's going to walk you through. And there's hard copies at your seats with bigger 11 by 17, so you can see the details of the site plans.
Thank you, Maria, and thank you all. My name is Kaylee Gill with Withers Ravenel. I apologize for any missteps. This is my first council meeting, so please allow me some grace, especially if I need to lean on my colleague John Blasco for a little bit of help throughout the presentation. As Maria had mentioned, this park is a bit of a consequence of creating that greenway extension through the area, bringing down the boathouse. With this site analysis map, it is potentially a different direction than you're used to looking at the park. So we do have Buffalo Road off to the right-hand side. That is our north end of the property. And then Lake Benson to the south end, which you'll see on the left side of the plan. And this was really just to get it onto the page, get you to be able to see as much as possible on here. So with what exists at the park today, we have our site analysis map, which shows the existing vehicular routes, pedestrian routes, as well as the topography on the site. And in the green as well, you can see existing wetlands. There's 2 jurisdictional ponds that we do not have any control over without going through a lengthy permitting process. And we've also highlighted some key areas, including the Veterans Memorial, the large rental pavilion that exists on site today, a handful of existing small picnic shelters that are used for rentals, and kind of the connection going to White Deer Park as well. So with our first concept, we wanted to maintain the existing vehicular route throughout the park, leading directly back to a resurfaced lot. This would slightly expand upon the existing parking lot that's there today. And with that navy blue star that you see there, that is where we found the most optimal place for the boathouse to go with the current property as it sits today. And this is due to some of that topography that you could see on that site analysis map. The darker the orange, the steeper the slopes. No orange, very minimal slopes. So this was kind of the best area to give access to that shoreline, where you can see the blue star is where the docks would be for any kind of kayak launch, canoe launch, any other types of rental boats that Lake Benson would be able to provide to the public. We have relocated the main playground to about where the dog park sits today. We had received some feedback early on in the project that there were a lot of times where people would rent out that large existing pavilion, believing that they also had rented out the playground. So we wanted to make sure we separated those two uses to make sure that there was no future conflict of interest. With this, we have relocated the dog park to the other side of that existing parking lot that is a little bit closer to the Buffalo properties. This allows for there to not only be more shade available at the playgrounds, but a little bit more separation between those major uses for people and, you know, creating a separate space for people and their pets. What this also allows us to bring in is a new nature playground adjacent to that expanded paved area. And so this has a direct correlation to the stream that's right there with the existing forest as well. And we have proposed a number of additional restrooms throughout the park as well. As there's only one restroom building today, it is far at the back of the park. And if I remember correctly, I believe there's only 2 stalls. It needs some upgrading, upsizing potentially. But in order to fully serve the entire park, we believe that numerous additional restroom facilities would need to be added. As we move north, plan right, at the existing Veterans Memorial, as Maria had mentioned, it was a large goal of ours to ensure that that main pedestrian pathway diverted us closer to the inside of the park so that there was an additional offshoot path, essentially, bringing you through the Veterans Memorial as it exists today, so that it kind of created a more meditative space for the people visiting this area. And directly next to that, we wanted to locate a reflection shelter and a new veterans garden. We understand that there are several small memorial sites throughout the park, and we want to create a space where people could, you know, put up those photos and those smaller memorials for their family members or loved ones, and have that meditative zone, again, that is separated from that major pathway. In this concept, we are also showing all of the unpaved trails that are through the woods in a more simplistic form than they currently exist today, to reduce the number of loops and to reduce any kind of confusion as you walk those trails. For our second option, we have the relocated traditional playground in the same location, again, trying to provide more shade to the children using this park without relying solely on any kind of shade canopies or anything like that. The relocated dog park would actually be a little bit larger, and the drive aisle itself would kind of cut out that bump up, giving us more developable space without having to go further into the trees back there. This would also allow us to have a larger open field in the back to expand upon the existing area for that extra parking on July 3rd, and also create just a separate area for people to utilize that's still an open field, but maybe not as large as the other one. This option has also provided a slightly larger parking lot near the Veterans Memorial than proposed in the previous concept. However, we did not locate a restroom up here because we had received some feedback from the PRCR board that, you know, that might not be a great place for it. So we wanted to make sure we presented options that had different features within it. We still did want to provide a nature playground, so you can see that on the lower end of the site with a relocated shelter next to it, again, trying to play on the adjacent forest while still providing different types of play opportunity for the children in the area and creating a more diverse set of equipment. The boathouse you'll see is in the same location. You'll see it on the same location in the third option as well. As I had mentioned before, with the topography and the existing boundaries of the site, this was the best location that we could find, especially keeping in mind that we want to have parking nearby for anybody who is bringing in their own kayaks or canoes. For this concept, we did want to present an option where the existing ditch on site became piped so that this entire field could be flattened, and that way, especially during July 3rd, that entire field could be utilized without any sort of barrier kind of cutting through the middle. So this shows it in the exact same location, but made to be underground.
I have a question on the kayak. You mentioned kayaks.
Sorry?
Did you mention kayaks?
Yes.
The people right now aren't allowed to bring their own boats onto Lake Benson. So I was just, is that a plan to change, or is that sort of just, because I know like Lake Wheeler, they can do that, but Lake Benson, they can't.
I think it's an option that has been talked about, but
Okay.
for now, our ability to bring personal craft at Lake Benson is not allowed.
Okay.
It's something that we would have to have long conversations with the city of Raleigh that technically owns the lake.
Okay, all right, thank you.
Some of those property owners, you know how they are. Have you got the little dots you can move around? All those things you're talking about, I'm trying to follow you. You're telling me a lot of good stuff. There we go, there we go.
How do I make the dot show up?
It doesn't show up
Thank
on
you.
it.
Oh, don't show up on ours,
You can
okay.
see
Thank
it
you so
on-
much.
Okay.
By the mouse.
All right, now I can do it.
Now we got it.
Sorry about that.
That's okay.
I guess moving on to the third option then, this one you'll see is a major change from the previous two options, and I do want to preface this one by stating that we did, as Maria mentioned, present this to the PRCR board. This option was the least favorable, mainly because it does bring in a lot of change, and two of the biggest changes are rerouting the entry driveway, and the other large change is removing the existing large shelter and replacing it with potentially a band shell for any kind of live performances that can also double as a rental pavilion. So it would have a multi-function use. We had received feedback that it wasn't really their desire to change these things about the park and that those were things that we would like to keep. However, we did still want to present that as an option and leave this one on the table because it may have other features that are still valuable to the project. And while we can eliminate those, we just wanted to make sure we cover all of our bases with all the different options that we were presenting. So with this rerouting of the vehicular driveway, you can see it loops up around the top of the park, leaving us the option to use this alley of trees as an unpaved walking trail, providing a lot of much needed shade to the pedestrians using the park. This would create a lot of opportunities for areas to stop and rest. And again, leading from, about where it connects to that general paved walking trail down to where you get to that connection to the boathouse. So it gets through a good bit of the park, but still allows for connectivity to get all the way down to where it exists today. With this, we're also able to define parking areas that are a lot more linear, that aren't quite as deep in terms of aisles, while still providing a similar amount of parking, including this parking lot up here. We had made this a change from the PRCR board. Originally, we had it going in this direction. However, we were informed that there was a lot of value in having the open vistas from the Veterans Memorial out into the open field. So we did want to make that adjustment before presenting it all to you. We did want to bring a restroom back up to this area of the site, so we have it located right here. And we thought that this might be an opportune location where it wouldn't be too close to the Veterans Memorial, where it would interrupt that meditative space, but it would still provide any people with mobility issues a place to use the restroom without having to travel to the next nearest one down here. This option does separate our traditional playground and relocated dog park to different sides of the street. Based on this concept, people using the dog park could potentially use this lot or this one. Oh, I apologize. However, with the limited space on this side, while trying to preserve the alley of trees here, we wanted to prioritize the safety of children not having to cross that main drive aisle over the dog owners. We still did want to include a nature playground. As you can see, this one is different than the other concepts where it is farther into the wooded area, lending a little bit closer towards that true nature play. And we even have it adjacent to an SCM, treating any water coming from these parking lots and the drive aisle as well. In this concept, rather than leaving the ditch in place or piping it, we want to also present an option where we have a realigned dry stream bed. And this creates a nice atmosphere as you're walking down this path. You have a little more interest to look at as you're going, but it also creates that large, open, expansive area that we were looking for with that second concept as well, giving more space for uses or for parking on July 3rd. As that was a large priority of ours, we wanted to come up with a couple different options for what we could do there. I believe that is all I have, if you all have any questions for me.
Well, that was fantastic information. What a vision. All of these look great features. A lot of hard work and great thought has gone into this. I'd like to hear one more time from Maria, kind of where we are in the long-term view. It was what you mentioned to me earlier was very important to kind of long-range thinking.
So, but this is very first step. We're really at a very early stage of this process to be thinking about long-term. If we add a boathouse to this particular site, this is our shoreline property that we have that would be suitable for a boathouse. If we add a boathouse to this site, we have to take into consideration how it impacts other things, and this is what we want to get your feedback on more than anything. What are some of the amenities that you think would be important to add? If there's anything that you want us to take away, if there's anything that you think needs to be tweaked, any sort of general ideas that you think have value, because we will come back. This is, again, the first time that you have seen this. You got it yesterday. Very early on in the process is really to get your feedback so that we can continue to refine the process and go on from there. Because we do know that as the project for the Greenway continues to move forward with design, we will have to close the boathouse in its existing location and find a new home for it. And not a new home for the existing trailer, a completely new home.
Would you mind going back to our earlier slide? There was one of the maybe first or second slides that said, we don't have any money, but we have a dream.
Yes, so we don't have money for this. We do know that there's some components of Lake Benson Park that will be due for some significant maintenance in the next 3 to 5 years. We do know that the walking trail is in need of some repairs. We want to make sure that we repair it in the right spot. We know that the playground, which is very well used, I know Public Works just did an assessment of all the playgrounds, and this one has, again, it's 20 plus years. So will need to be replaced at some point. The typical life cycle of a playground is about 25 years. So those are some of the things that we need to be considering. We also know that for July 3rd, one of the things that that I don't know that Kaylee pointed out, we don't have a secondary egress point for an emergency vehicle. And that's one of the things that we wanted to sort of think about, how we could address that in the event of an unforeseen and unwanted emergency. Right now, we have to stop the traffic coming in and out of Lake Benson Park. So an alternate exit could be sort of configured in a way that takes advantage of the walking trail. You can build them to a higher standard so they can take the weight of an emergency vehicle. So those are some of the things that we have to be thinking about for the future of the park. Again, we don't want to change the character of this park. I think it's really important to keep it as a passive park versus an athletic or field park. So we don't want to be thinking about adding, I don't know, pickleball courts. So when we go, one of the things that eventually we'll have to do is bring some of the ideas to the community, and we want to make sure that when we bring ideas to the community, there's some clear parameters so that we don't start sort of getting into conversations about we need 5 pickleball courts, we need an outdoor pool, we need another splash pad when there'll be one across the street at White Deer Park. So those are some of the thoughts that, again, this is a long-term plan. There is no money, but without a master plan that's current, we would not be competitive with grants. So,
if you wouldn't mind elaborate on that just a little bit, we're still celebrating the fantastic federal grant that you helped us land for Jurgen Park, a game changer, $8.5 million grant toward that, and I understand almost $3 million from the county to go along with that. In addition to that, so this was a result of several years ago starting this kind of dream, this kind of master plan, so that when it does get close, just tell us a little bit more about that process and why we should be thinking 2, 3, 5 years ahead.
Sure, absolutely. So both Jurgen and Meadowbrook underwent a planning process that I believe started in 2019 and it was kind of completed in 2020. The town council actually adopted those master plans on May of 2021. I want to say that was one of my first meetings with the town council, so I cannot take credit for those master plans. I can take, our team can take credit for all the effort that we have done to leverage the bond funds. So that is one step. First step to sort of think about procuring funding from any source, whether it's town funding or future bond programs or, other public funding sources like Part F, which is also one of the financial sort of components of Jurgen Park. We would need to have an updated master plan. That is sort of one of the basic requirements for competitive application. It's actually you get points for having a master plan. So that is the very first step. I mean, you have a dream, you sort of put it on paper, you can face it in. And as long as, I think it's really important for our staff to maintain the character of this park. We don't want to change Lake Benson radically, but we want to make sure that Lake Benson has the amenities that the community would like to see, the amenities that make it, again, it's a lovely, lovely park. And I think the boathouse will be probably the one addition that I would highly recommend to add to this park. But then we have to sort of address parking, we'll have to address stormwater. There's so much sort of, the woods in that part of the park are so beautiful. Those jurisdictional ponds that Kaylee mentioned have turtles and birds, and it's just such a lovely place. I mean, you're in the middle of town in many ways, but you're far away from the world with all the nature. So that's really important for us. So as decisions are made about the future of the park, we want to make sure that that is an important part of of keeping its character, but also planning for the future.
Well, that's an excellent overview, and I promise this is my last question. In addition to the initial feedback that you're looking for tonight in a general way, what other opportunities will our council members and our citizens have to give input on this process and the product?
Well, council members, I mean, you saw this yesterday when we sent out the presentation. You can talk to us at any point. You can send me written feedback. You can sort of share pictures of other things that you might want to see, ideas from other parks for the next, month, couple of months. We'll come back at some point to the PRCR Advisory Committee to kind of bring back some of the revised concepts, narrow it down, and then we'll have some community meetings. Not so much a formal town hall meeting. We'll probably have some boards sit at Lake Benson Park, talk to the people who use the park, and start to get their priorities. I mean, if we were to talk to our former PRCR Advisory Committee Chair, Ernestine, she would say the walking path. So that is the kind of, I think, feedback that will help us then figure out what is a potential phasing plan for any master plan. But again, we want to make sure that your feedback is at a very early stage so that we don't bring you, a lovely plan that everybody thinks is great, and you don't think it meets the requirements of the community. So want to make sure that your input comes in at a very early stage. It's almost like we're flipping the planning process, starting with the decision makers, going then back to several different types of stakeholders, and then coming back to you as the decision makers with more information.
Excellent, because this is dear to all of our hearts, and I'm sure there'll be lots of input, and it might be for expedition, make it more expeditious if council makes their comments, suggestions, feedback, perhaps through the town manager for conglomeration and condensing.
Certainly, Mayor. I think tonight, if there's any specific comments or questions about some of the options or ideas, would love to hear them from council. But any further review and ideas and feedback, certainly share it with me. I'll make sure Maria and her team have it available that can be used to share with our consultant team, to really make sure as we are building the vision, the shared vision for the future of Lake Benson Park, we're taking all this input and we're making sure we're aligning it with council's vision for the park moving forward.
Excellent, thank you. And with that, I'm going to kind of run down the row here, get some feedback. But this time I'm going to start with our most senior council member who built this hand by hand. He sawed the logs, he cleared the log, and that was Mr. Singleton.
I was chair of the committee that did the master plan because we didn't have one. On my initial, when I first ran in '93, it says on there, develop a master plan for our town's crown jewel, Lake Benson Park. I got it at home if you want to bring you a copy of it. So, I saw it the other night and couldn't see it close. Don't change the park. Just don't change the park. I'm serious. If there's an option that's not town property, put the boathouse, let's consider that too. But the hub of activity at this park is the big shelter. Yes, people walk everywhere, but when people come to gather for whatever event, that's the hub. You don't move the playground across the road. If people are thinking they're renting a playground in their rental agreement, you put in bold letters and highlighted, you are renting the shelter, not the playground. This is at least the third version of the playground. It used to be in different places. We talked about it that night where it was smaller versions and then they made the bigger. But you don't take the playground away from the hub of activity. That's no. New restrooms, fine, the shelters. Taking the dog park and putting it, and you drive in and see the dog park, no. The dog park right where it was in the shade. The park needs to basically stay like it is. Very similar. A few tweaks here and there. That's what I wrote in my email. Simplicity. That's what people like about it. Don't go in there and screw it up. This is how you get people mad. They say, well, how come we're going to spend $2.9 million at Lake Benson Park and it works fine? I would be the same way. It works. It works. Don't screw it up. This is one of those things, It's, one election is the economy, this is the park, it's work. Keep the KISS moniker, keep it simply simple. And this is what works here. If you got to have more parking here and there, fine, but look at options for putting the boathouse north. I mean, it may not be our property, we may have to acquire property, who knows? But don't go in there and change something that people love. It's been there for 30 years. We had the first July 3rd there, July 3rd, yes, in 94. And so, don't change it. No, heck no. I was on the way to White Deer Park because the first suggestion for the town staff to put a dog park was not at Lake Benson, it was in the very front lawn at White Deer Park. And I jumped up and down on that one too, because when we did it, and some of those people are no longer with us, I had one man who we didn't always see eye to eye. He said, do not let them build on that meadow. Don't let them change it. Leave it just like it is. And that's why the dog park went from there to over here, because you could stick it down there in the corner. So don't go making radical moves to a beloved park. It's got walking trail. My son saw it last night, I was on the computer. He said, what's that? I said, this is what's being considered. Tell me what you think. He goes down there a lot and walks his dog. And, you know, for a 22-year-old, he says, why are you moving the playground? Why the kids got to cross the road? Why are you moving the dog park? And now you're in the sun. He asked several questions. He said, don't touch the walking trails. That's son, they're not going to touch the walking trails. No, they're not going to do that. But honor what people like about it. We don't have one of these. Listen, about 10 years ago, the town manager and the Parks and Rec director came into a meeting and said, we're going to get out of the boathouse business. We don't think we should be in that business. And within about 10 minutes, the council said, yes, we are. You work to program it. Don't tell us that. And that changed. And we know the complexity of the small lot and so forth with the existing boathouse. And we screwed up, as I told you the other night, about 20 years ago, we had a chance to have a boathouse over here for $250,000. We really screwed that one up. You and I were both in the council then. And we messed that one up by not doing that. But just honor what's there. A question about the ditch. I got a question. Now, you said you could fill it in piping. But if the water runs down to the ditch is somewhat functional, correct? So I'm just wondering why you would fill the ditch as functional. Does that mean more water's going to sit there? And just going to have, I mean, you're not going to put stormwater grates out there. So I'm just wondering why, because when Mr. Buffalo had the hog farm there, those ditches were there to get rid of waste. And he had the little gullies and little lagoons that he had all the way out to the lake. So I'm just wondering why you consider filling a ditch that helps to take the stormwater away from the big meadow.
Technical answer.
Yeah, Mr. Singleton, I can answer that question for you. The stormwater, would not be changed ultimately. At the end of the day, we still have to, collect, treat, move stormwater through the site. But from personal, experience, being out there on July 3rd, having to park on the other side of the ditch, that ditch becomes a very big barrier to your experience at the park. So really the idea at this point is to look at ways to try to open up that field and take away those barriers. So now that on July 3rd, you have a much bigger space, much easier for people to kind of move in about. It makes parking a lot easier. I mean, I've sat on that side of the ditch between there and Rosemore for an hour and a half after the fireworks trying to get out, because that ditch is such a barrier to all the traffic movement. So really it's an idea of how can we expand to make that lawn a little bit more usable, a little bit more open, and yet we would still find ways to collect stormwater and still move it through the site to where it needs to go.
Okay, and I noticed on the options, there's a stormwater control management on here. So if the boathouse comes and you do the parking at the Veterans Memorial, you got to put that stormwater control in regardless.
Right.
Got to have that because you got to control it.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. So just for a little bit of context, this site sits within the Lake Benson Conservation Overlay District, which has a very strict maximum 6% impervious prior to treatment. The park is already at capacity because it's actually treating some of its neighboring impervious surface at the church next door through a previous agreement. So as soon as we put down a square foot of impervious surface, well, I think we have like a couple hundred square feet buffer. So as soon as we hit, more than 500 square feet or whatever that number is, it's a very small amount, then we've got to treat stormwater somewhere in the park.
Right, okay, so that's going to be part of the park regardless.
Yes.
If any changes are made to boathouse, et cetera, the veterans parking, okay.
Correct.
All right.
Ask
Thank
my
you.
questions in the spirit of giving everybody their term. I hear somebody here saying, I got a question.
Okay, I don't see the Sanchez Memorial on any of the options. Is that being moved or taken away or what?
Yes, so the intention for the Sanchez Memorial and any others that end up being around Lake Benson Park was to move those to that Veterans Memorial area or the Veterans Garden. And that way there was a designated space for peaceful contemplation.
Okay, I just don't want to see it.
Without people running past you as you're there.
I still want to see it disappear.
Good. Yeah, attention, did I mention people love this place? Everybody loves this place. Mr. Dellinger, comments, questions, feedback?
Yep. So option 3 is actually pretty amazing. Options 1 and 2, you don't cut down trees to put down paved parking. That's a no-no. That's just, you're cutting too far deep into trails. This realignment of that road, well, first, the stormwater is also genius because we know we need that anyway. I didn't see the green stormwater on number 3, but I'm sure that's just a technicality. But that stormwater management is crucial. So that is, and it's in all the plans. That realignment of that road is actually genius. Because what it does is it pulls all the traffic over the north part of the property. It creates this amazing tree tunnel. It creates a new walking path right through the center of the park. And this leveling of the open field is genius too, for the reasons you mentioned. I think the only thing is the sort of getting rid of the large shelter is kind of debatable. Yeah. I think I have a lot of concerns about, here's the thing, if you do that realignment, you've got to recreate that tree tunnel. Because that's part of the character of driving through the park, right? So that's something you have to do because that just is that feel of going into Lake Benson Park. You also, with dog parks and playgrounds, you've got to protect people from the sun or they can't use them. So that's the other big thing I noticed. But I like the smaller amount of paved parking back. The addition of paved parking is significant and very helpful. But I can visualize this. That open field to the north isn't utilized as much as the rest of the park anyway. It's not in the flow of anything. So to push a lot of activity and shrink that field and move some of that active stuff up there makes a lot of sense because you're actually creating a lot more trail space and a lot more tranquility back into the park. Amenitizing the stormwater would be helpful in some way to make it look natural. Option 3 is really interesting. That tree-lined walkway, that's a new hallmark for a crown jewel, is a walking trail that's trees. That's what a whole park's supposed to be. This is tree-lined roads in a park. You tree-line the parkway. And the playground being next to it, again, keeps kids from jumping to the other side, so that it's on the same side. That on the other one, it's a little different. And I agree with that, like relocation of that, some of the activity stuff. Keeping everything on the same side of the road is very helpful. You don't want to, don't make changes for the sake of making changes, but if you can make it better and accentuate the best parts of that park, which I think number 3 really gets close to doing, I can see it. I can see it. So that's my feedback. The first 2, no, don't be cutting down trees, put down parking.
But that tree walk is magic.
No, I can see it. It'd be great.
So I just want to point out a couple of things. We obviously are showing a lot more paved parking. Some of that is just convenience. Some of it is accessibility.
Yeah.
We know we have a lot of older citizens in our town, disabled. So to be able to provide that accessible access, especially to the boathouse, and if we do put the boathouse where we have shown it in these cases, the current parking lot there now is probably over capacity for what it's serving. So some additional parking, whether it's there, whether it's elsewhere, will have to be incorporated to serve the boathouse as well as the shelter, playground, whatever configuration it takes. Whether it stays just the way it is and we put the boathouse, there will have to be some accommodations to make sure that.
I think Mr. Singleton's suggestion about looking at other locations for the boathouse, other property owners or conversations, just because, again, talk about accessibility to it becomes a problem because it interferes with the natural parts of the park. So, that's my 2 cents.
Man, that's a good 2 cents. Excellent idea. Mr. Vance.
Thank you, sir. I would say thank you for providing the various alternatives. And in looking at this. I know it's very early, and things change, will change significantly as we go through the process. Question, when will the public input be, when will this go out for public input?
Well, we want to go back to these concepts and refine them before we bring anything again to the public. So I would expect sometime in the spring, winter, spring, we can bring concepts to the public for
Okay.
For additional feedback.
Okay. So will the refined options be presented to the council before, or?
If you would like to, before we bring them to the public, or we can bring them back to you after we get additional public feedback, we're here for your guidance. So you tell me. Happy to do it either way.
Okay. Well, I'm flexible on it. I'd leave it up to the council as to what they would like to see. I'm flexible either way.
Yeah, I think you get a good representation of the public's views out of these 5 people who have worked with it for a long time. Yeah. So early and often communication with the council, please. Whether it's one-on-one through our town manager, in either direction, or another special meeting. This is stuff we love talking about, as you can tell. And let's jump to Mr. Matthews.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Great presentation. We don't chew you up and bite. We were very gentle with you. You say I like the little pointer thing, though. But great presentation. Great presentation. Boathouse, I know that Damien and I both agree that boathouse is really used big time. It's a death trap where it's at, so I'm so glad we're going to move it. You're going to need a lot of parking down there because it will be used. And when we do it, let's make it nice. Let's don't let no other town get us behind. Let's make it a nice boathouse. You got canoes, you got kayaks, and of course you got the John boats, and it will be used. And that parking lot will have to be bigger because it'll fill up. That boathouse will be used. I'm so glad we're moving it. Secondly, up near the entrance, I like the idea of having the new paved parking right there where the vet memorial is, because a lot of handicapped people will park there, and you're spot on with that.
Yeah.
And having a restroom right there where that paved area is, that is a great idea, that location there. And it was the Sanchez Memorial, our Veterans Committee have been talking about wanting to move that up there anyhow, so it's a great place to move it up there, and that'll open that up there. But then across the road, we've got White Deer Park with the new splash pad coming, the inclusive playground. This place is becoming quite a destination with everybody moving into it. They're coming from everywhere. And now we've got a farm right across the street there with the alpacas, and that place is packing every weekend. So this area is becoming quite a destination for people coming from everywhere. So it's our showcase, as all my colleagues say, and it's just a beautiful place. But being on the veteran side, I really appreciate y'all looking at that side of it, what we're doing over there, because that's a big deal. And but other than that, everybody else has said everything. So
All right, let me say this clearly, no option 3. Mr. Dellinger, I'm sorry. Part of the charm of the park is driving your car down in the trees. You're gonna move it up here and have all the little junk all around it, no trees, the dog park right against your road. Come on now, let's not want that jive.
I already said it's on the record. Recreate the tree tunnel.
You got plenty, and how long is that gonna take? We'll all be dead and gone when
Well,
the
that's
trees come
okay.
up.
We don't need to enjoy it. Somebody
We got
will
plenty
enjoy
of
it.
walking trails in the
Somebody
trees, but you
will
don't read, that is part of the charm of the park. Tell me another park you can go to right now and drive through a driveway like that.
Well, the good news is we don't
There
have
you
to
go.
make a decision tonight. The good
Don't
news is we
move
have
the
to-
road. That's
So
a
are you-
horrible idea.
Are you satisfied that you've got the first round of feedback?
Yes.
Thank you, thank you. And that
Thank you
concludes
very
our
much.
feedback section on the park tonight. There's a lot to this. There's a lot to this.
thank you for what you're
I'd be
doing.
glad to meet with Dawn Marie if you'd like.
We
Think
love
about some of the background and the history, because you have to, again, it's the simplicity of the park that people like.
That's right. We love it. Thank you very much. Keep up the good work. There's plenty of miles ahead of us, plenty of discussion. We will try to funnel a lot of our communication through the town manager so that everybody's involved as we go. And that being said, we want to make sure we don't have to take another recess at the 2-hour mark. So we will move very quickly over to committee reports, manager reports, and attorney reports, because there's not a closed session that I know of this evening. So that being said, Let's jump to committee reports from the council members, and why don't we start with Mr. Matthews?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I had talked with the town manager earlier this week. You know, we talked a lot about growth tonight in the residential domain, and a week or so back, this big commercial piece down at the Southern Loop, we tried to figure all that out, and it just set my mind to thinking. There's a lot on the commercial development we really don't fully know and understand that maybe some of the other towns are already doing. I was talking to the man, I said, what I like to do with the board's approval as early as possible, and I've talked to some developers and different people in the business, to have a one-day commercial seminar in our training room and bring in 2 or 3 key commercial developers that have places everywhere to share with us some of the things they've encountered, what's the upside, what's the downside, how can we make this run smoother, what are the things that they're looking for, bringing their financial people. That's a big deal, because when they put this thing together, somebody got to go to New York and get with finance people. What are they looking for? How does this work? How is our UDO structured right now to deal with commercial things? Do we need to relook at some things in there? I don't know. I'm just offering these things up. And have the economic development people here. I think this would be an opportune time that we as a board could come together, and key people, that whoever the town manager thinks, definitely in the planning and economic development world, that we can look at a lot of things. It wouldn't be a 1 hour, it'd be a few hours if we do this thing right. And it would be imperative that all of us be there if we can work the date out where we all can be there. I know we all got different issues. So what I'm asking the board tonight, if y'all will agree with me, that we could let the town manager put this program together, and all the contacts got, I'll just shoot to her, and she can put it together and come up with a date that would be agreeable with everybody. I think it'd be a great benefit to this board to learn these things. We'll find out what everybody else is doing, what we can do better, because we're going to be growing commercially. That Southern Loop is just a tip of the iceberg. So I'm asking the board if y'all would agree with that we could direct the town manager to go ahead and start working on this project, and I think it'd be a benefit to all of us.
Well, thank you. And without getting into too much detail, whether is it an hour or 8 hours,
Yeah.
or here's it there, I just think what we're looking for is maybe a nodding of heads, that we all agree that knowledge is power.
Yeah.
And to make this kind of information available to us is something we would like our town
Can we get
manager to look into putting this together for us. And my head is nodding.
Mine's nodding, or thumbs up.
Sounds
Yeah,
good.
I want to make sure, I think it's a really great idea. I think having the diversity of different levels of commercial, so even down to your neighborhood commercial, small businesses, but also up to those bigger commercial. I think it's a great idea.
Excellent.
Yes,
Excellent.
we can also add that because we get so many different variety of developers that come to us, and some of the requests we are making, some of them just don't have the bandwidth to do.
Yeah.
And to know that early and how they operate will be great with helping us making decisions.
Yes.
So we're good?
Communication is the heartbeat, knowledge is power. Whatever you can put together would be greatly appreciated.
Certainly, we're glad to do that. Be on the lookout for some possible dates to secure on your calendars, and we'll start working on developing an agenda for what those discussion and that potential couple hours will look like.
Thank you, my colleagues, for supporting us on that. I think
Thank you.
we'll all be winners.
Committee reports, moving down, Singleton.
Yes, from the Garner Educational Foundation is sponsoring Stars on Stage. I believe it's November 12th. I have to double check on that. But that's a talent show from the middle schools and high schools that this committee sponsors, and they have extended an invitation to the council. It will be at 6:30 that evening at Garner Magnet High School, and they'll have seats saved for us on the front row.
Great. Thank you.
Nothing?
A report, Mr. Vance.
Yes, I would just like to say that on the record that the Affordable Housing Task Force, they're doing a tremendous job. They're really digging down into the details, and they are really serious about what they're doing. Councilman Dillinger and also Ms. Katie Cardenas, she was here just sucking up all the information she possibly could. So I would just like to say I appreciate all the hard work that the task force is doing at this point. And in the not so distant future, the task force will brief the council as to where we are to give a status report.
Thank you very much.
Yes, sir.
And back to the manager reports.
Yes. Thank you, council. Just a few reminders I want to share with you this evening. First, our Trick or Eat Food Truck Rodeo and Garner Night Out is going to be on October 12th, this Saturday from 6 to 10, and it's going to be downtown on Main Street. And so this will be a combined event between downtown event that had been scheduled, and then our National Night Out work that is hosted by our public safety agencies.
I hear there's gonna be a wonderful DJ down there playing a lot of great oldies.
I
Rumor has
hear
it.
it's going to be fun for all. So, but wanted to make you aware that that event is coming up this weekend. It's going to be a great event for everyone involved. Also excited to share with you that our topper signs for the state championship softball team have been installed. If you haven't had a chance to see them, they look really nice. We've gotten several compliments from members of the community about them. So excited that we're able to have them installed and be able to show our pride for the state championship for the softball team. I'm also excited to share with you that the project at Jackie Johns Park, redoing the basketball court, has been completed and is now open for those to go play, especially as the weather's getting a little cooler. So that is one of the signature projects that our Penny for Parks program has taken on since council approved it. And so we're excited to have that significant project completed and open to the community for play. And then the final thing I just wanted to remind council is that we will be hosting an early voting site at Avisboro Recreation Center this year from starting October 17th through November 2nd. And so more details about early voting is online at the Board of Elections website, but just wanted to make everyone aware that we will be hosting again an early voting site starting on October 17th.
Avery Street.
What did I say?
Avery.
Avery, sorry, Avery Street, sorry.
They do run together.
Yes,
So
Avery Street Recreation Center, I apologize for
I
that.
didn't know where the Avisboro Rec Center was. I was trying to ask questions.
It's also
That's what happens when it's almost 10 o'clock. That's what happens when it's almost 10 o'clock. So, excuse me, Avery Street Recreation Center. So that's all the updates I have for council this evening. Happy to answer any additional questions.
Excellent, thank you. And attorney reports.
No formal attorney reports, but this was a learning experience for all of us tonight, and I have new ideas that I'll present to you on how we deal with conditions that come up, at the last minute.
Thank you. We're learning as we go. Mr. Triesenberg mentioned a lesson or two, or a challenge he had come to his attention tonight, that he's also working on how to facilitate our process, yet to get the right input early and often. Thank you both for that. And we're moving to council reports. Were there any other options that anybody wanted to bring up?
No council report. No, sir.
I'm getting those, Mr. Singleton, Mr. Matthews.
Nope.
And there is no closed session, so we will entertain a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
Very entertaining, Mr. Matthews. Is there a second?
Second.
Mr. Behringer, thank you very much. All in favor of adjourn, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Anybody opposed by nay? Hearing none, we stand adjourned. Thank you. And thanks to our loyal audience, both here and at home.